Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Papa React, aka Sonny, and today we are building a banger build. Agents, AI, all that goodness wrapped in a SaaS application. And I'm doing it in a way where I'm giving you a blueprint to everything to go ahead and absolutely smash it and build your own app. So seriously, from this one video, you're gonna know how to build agentic AI workflows. You're gonna learn how to wrap it all in a SaaS provider, which makes payments so simple. It's absolutely nuts. And we're gonna have the whole thing powered up with Clerk. So the authentication, easy stuff. I've got 3 solutions for 3 different problems, and I'm going to wrap it all up so you guys can go ahead and absolutely kill it, make some very cool apps this year. So welcome to the stream. If you're watching, go ahead and get ready to check out a demo when that beat drops, and let me know where you're watching from right now. Welcome to the stream, Papa Fam. Introducing, hey, wait for it, Expensio. Yo, check this out. We've got intelligent receipt scanning. Now, I want you to pay attention. Firstly, welcome to all the OGs in the house right now. All of the OGs are in the chat. I absolutely love this. I'm going to shout everyone out in just a second. But guys, you guys can see yourself. Look, we have a drag and drop. Beautiful drag and drop functionality. Some powerful features, pricing models. You know, very clean design, because my goal here today is to highlight the actual build emphasis about every single thing that we're going to be doing today. So we obviously have the payments. We have our authentication at the top. And then we have our receipt scanning. Now, this is not just your basic receipt scanning. So if I go in and check out some of the receipts I've already scanned, let's go and see for ourselves. Head over to the dashboard. You can see I've got a couple of receipts down here. So if I was to go ahead and click on this one right here, you can see, boom, it loads up a receipt. Now, the incredible thing here, guys, is this was all done via AI agents. Now, if you don't believe me and you're wondering, well, Sonny, is just some OCR or some scanning and this and that. Trust me, we got levels above. Look at this, guys. We have obviously the Convex dashboard, but we're using Inngest to run agentic AI workflows. Now I want to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see this, but look, we have runs, and as you can see, guys, we are running agentic workflows. So this is 2 different agents with okay, let me explain this one. Hang on. We have a routing agent, which is our supervisor agent. We have a database agent, and we have a receipt scanning agent. All 3 agents are working together to accomplish the job. And it's nuts. So as you can see here, like when it runs, we have a default routing agent, which passes it over to the receipt scanning agent, which uses its tool, pass PDF. Then it passes it back to the routing agent, which then passes it to the database agent, which then uses the save receipt to database functionality. And as you can see, there's a prime example of what is extracted, the items, all of that stuff from the receipt. And this is all pushing it into Convex. So all of this stuff is absolutely nuts. Now, while it does all of this, your boy took it a step further, because what's the point of just doing agentic AI workflows? I thought, let's go even further, and we introduce Schematic into the mix. So this is where it gets even more fun. So if we go ahead and see the manage plan section, now this is really where it gets pretty cool. So now you look, we've got manage your plan, and Schematic make it so simple to have paid plans. So if I go ahead and click on start plan, I'm going to show you how to implement all of this so you can build real SaaS products. Now you can have yearly plans, monthly plans. In this case, we have a free tier, which is 2 scans per month, the starter tier, 50 scans, and the pro tier, which is 300 scans, plus it unlocks AI summaries. So if I was to go ahead and upgrade, all I would do is I'd click on this, it'll take me to the next checkout. And as you can see, it works out everything on its own. Everything is done by its own. It's already got my card details on an account. I click pay now. Now, with that done, what it's actually doing is in Stripe, it's upgrading my account, it's doing all that goodness, and then we are now a pro member. So as you can see, I now have AI summaries and scans. And as you can see, I've got 300 scans. I've already used 5 of them. So we're going to go back into our application now, and let's go ahead and do a receipt. Let's scan it out ourselves. We're going to click on select files. And now I'm going to go ahead and obviously I have a bunch of different examples over here. So I've just got a nice dummy receipt over here, I believe. Yeah, this one's good. So we're going to go ahead and use this right here. My setup is a mess right now, okay? So let's go ahead and check it out right now. So we're inside of here. And as you can see, it's pending the receipt. So I want to show you what's going on right now. While it's pending, jump over here to the side and you can see it started a run. Look in the background. This is an agentic AI workflow in real time happening. But plus, it's no longer just using one model. We're using GPT-4o Mini, we're using Claude 3.5, we're using a bunch of different models, and each one is doing its job separately. And as you can see, look at this, boom, boom, boom. Save receipt to data, it extracted everything from the receipt. And because we're using real-time Convex database, bam, we have our receipt. It extracted the items, put in a table. We have the AI summary. In this case, obviously, all of this, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to show you, this is not N8N, this is using Ingest. This is a pure custom built solution here. So you can build, imagine what you can build with this power. It's so awesome. And the reason why I built it in this way is because I'm showing you how to solve the core problems for you to launch your own AI agentic workflow SaaS products. So now you'll be able to handle the authentication with ease. You'll be able to handle AI agents with ease, and you'll be able to wrap the whole thing up in a perfect SaaS solution so you can start monetizing on your product. Now, if that don't sound cool, I don't know what's cool. Smash the like button because that is pretty damn powerful for what we're doing today. And as you can see, we even have drag and drop. So I'm going to go ahead, pull up my my file tree. Let's go ahead and pull this open, and let's go ahead and do it right now. So I've got a little thing over here. I'm going to go ahead and pull that in. Look, we're going to go ahead and implement all of this right now. And as you can see, if I go ahead and do that on the screen, we can see, look, pending, pow. And we have our app, which is going ahead and pending it. And now in this case, obviously, as you can see, it's obviously starting a new run. Head back over here. And once it's done, this will automatically populate all of the data. And we can even view the PDF. So while I'm waiting, I can go ahead and view the PDF. And you can see here's the sample receipt we have. And pow, just like that, gets the currency right, extracts all of the items off of the receipt. This is next level. This is so powerful. It's so cool. Trust me, guys, you want to build this one alongside me. Of course, we're powering the entire thing with Clerk. So if we sign out of this, as you can see, I'm kicked out. We go over here. Say if I want to click on anything to get started, I would have to go ahead and do this. So if I was to go ahead and click and get started, see, please sign in to view. So let's go ahead and sign in right now. How? We go ahead and log in. And if I log into a fresh account, for example, my team account, let's go ahead and log into that. I'm in Dubai, hence why it's in Arabic. Now you can see if I click on my receipts, we have two sample receipts. I better not click into those. Yep, you can see where I bought a Tesla once. Okay, I did not expect that to be in there. But anyway, you have it there. So we were testing the app out before. But yeah, you guys can see for yourselves, we have a bunch of stuff going on. So this is pretty damn cool. Now, let me go ahead and acknowledge the chat because the chat absolutely blew off. And while I'm saying that, guys, today is a very important day. If you don't know, today is the day that we're going to cross 300,000 subscribers. So I'm hoping it happens live on this stream right now. We're about 130 subscribers away. But yeah, I'm going to make that happen live on the stream. You guys are going to make that happen. I appreciate all of you guys. And let's go ahead and shout out somewhere where you're watching from right now. We got Marius, what's up, dude? Greece, Bangladesh, South Africa, Haiti, Seattle. What's up, James Tuttle? I see you. Green Eye, what's good? We've got Liz Myers, Willow Papa. We got Nicola. What's up, guys? Macedonia in the house. He goes, you are the best when it comes to sharing knowledge. Your insights are always super helpful and inspiring. Keep up the amazing work. You're making a real difference. I absolutely appreciate you guys so much. And this is why we're able to work with some really cool companies in the world right now to bring you this amazing stuff. We have Sophia in the house. What's up? Kaloy and such dev. I'm sorry if I messed it up. Germany, Bulgaria. What is up, guys? OGs in the house. Good to see everyone here today. So firstly, let me know what you guys are thinking about the build. Firstly, as we go ahead and break it down, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a complete tech stack breakdown. And you know what? I've actually given into something recently. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull up my screen brush. So two things. One, I realized that if we slow down a build, we can get a lot more granular with it. I can explain a lot more. It's not so rushed. It's not so intense. So I'm going to go ahead and take my time with today's build. So you guys can pretty much, watch the replay back, watch through the timestamps, whatever it is. But I'm going to explain as much as I can because I think you guys love that. And also, I'm a sucker now to Excalidraw. I think it's called Excalidraw. So Excalidraw. I tried it out the other day for one of my software projects, and it was pretty damn good. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new canvas. I'm new to Excalidraw, so trying to find a reset new one. Okay. Okay. So here we have Excalidraw, right? Now, obviously, I still like my screen brush. I like to draw things on the screen, but I think this might help me get to that extra level of explanation. So let's talk about the tech stack firstly. The tech stack in today's video is going to be, let's talk about the tech stack. I mean, it's not, I don't like the fact that that's so small. Can we make that? Yeah, there we go. There you go. Everyone who's used Excalidraw, awesome stuff, right? Liz goes, yes, it's not just about coding together. Sometimes Need the paste walkthrough and explanation to learn and grow. Yeah, 100%. Willow Papa goes, it's a much appreciated breakdown for us getting into it. Yeah, honestly, that's my goal here. I really want you guys to just absorb as much as possible. But just want to shout out before we even start, this build is made this simple and possible because of 3 amazing companies right now. All of the links are in the description. So when we get to the point where you have to sign up, please go through the links in the description, because it allows me to continue to work with these amazing companies so they can continue to do what they do, and I can continue to bring it to you guys for absolutely free, and you guys get amazing deals out of it. So that is Clerk, Schematic, and Ingest. These are 3 incredible companies. I'm going to cover all of them very, very shortly. Okay. So here's essentially what we're going to do. We have our Next.js app. You know what? Actually, I'm just going to draw. This is annoying me already. I'm going to draw with my go-to. Yeah. So in this case, okay, here's the tech stack. So let's just stick to what we're good at, right? We're going to go ahead and here's going to be our Next.js app. Now, Next.js is typically, obviously, front end and back end, but for simplicity's sakes, I'm just going to assume that like, this is the front end, right? So obviously, we're using Next.js in this build. But what we're going to do is every time you drag and drop a receipt in, so I'm going to have a receipt. So I'm going to have my receipt drop here. And then let's just say it was like drag and drop. So imagine it's our drag and drop box. I drag my file into this box, and then I want to kick off a bunch of processes, okay? So after we drag and drop it, what's going to happen is we're going to store it inside of a Convex database. Okay, Convex database. Now, Convex database is awesome because it's real time, out of the box, super fast and quick to use as well. And we're going to go ahead and set it up like that. Now, setting this up, we're going to use the Convex and Clerk quick start guide, which is awesome because it allows us to implement Clerk. Now, you guys probably have heard of Clerk on the channel before, but Clerk is absolutely incredible. There is a link in the description to go ahead and sign up. Now, this is what we're going to use to power up all of our authentication. Clerk is an absolute game changer for authentication. It is the simplest by far. And trust me, I've been deving for a long time, and I will always use Clerk. Now, I want to highlight one thing which isn't spoken about much, but people tend to have issues when it comes to anything which charges a price. Now, what I would say is if you're building a SaaS product, you should assume that if you've got, for example, in Clerk, you have a very generous number of free users. I believe it's 10,000 monthly active users. If you have 10,000 monthly active users and you don't monetize and you can't make more than $25 a month, something is wrong with your business model, not the platforms that you're using. I want to highlight that before I carry on, because it's a real fact that I think the world needs to wake up on, or dev world needs to wake up on. So you guys can see for yourself. They also were amazing sponsors of the previous challenge, so you guys can see it for yourself. So now we can get all of this goodness in record-breaking time. Email and SMS one-time passcodes, session management, multi-factor, all of this stuff, magic links, fraud detection, everything just out of the box. Even if, you know those little notifications that we get sometimes where it says, looks like something suspicious or someone suspicious signed into your account. Clerk give you that out of the box. You don't have to worry about it, which means that you can spend time on the things that matter, which is obviously the product that we're trying to build. Okay, so this is Clerk. This is essentially how we're going to power the authentication aspect of our app, right? Next up, Ingest. Now I'm going to talk about Ingest because Ingest is the core functionality of this app. So Ingest, if we go over to ingest.com, you guys can see it's an AI and backend workflow, or AI and backend workflows orchestrated at any scale. Now, firstly, the team over at Ingest, Charlie Polly, shout out to you. They're amazing, as well as building something awesome. So you guys can see for yourself, they have full visibility. Now, the one thing I'll mention is when you're working with AI agentic workflows, it can get kind of tricky to understand where you are and what's going on throughout your workflow. For example, you don't know if things are getting stuck at a certain point, or you might not understand what the inputs and outputs are. So the guys over in Ingest have made this super simple. Firstly, we have this beautiful trace, and you can see all of the inputs and outputs of each different call. So for example, when it called the receipt scanning agent, we can see all of the inputs, we can see the number of tokens that we used, the model that was used as well, and the output. Now remember what I said, we actually use separate models when we're building things. So I'm going to prove it to you. If we go down to the database agent and we go over to here, so for example, the routing agent, for the routing, I'm using 3.5 Sonnet Claude, because it's got a better, it's a bit more clever, to be honest. And obviously I'm using GPT-4o Mini for the tool calls. So you can see over here for the receipt scanning agent, GPT-4o Mini, and that's because it's way cheaper. Right now, if you weren't using a tool like Ingest, you don't really know how many tokens you're using unless you console log things out and you do all of your, investigation yourself. Now, obviously, this makes things so much easier. So obviously, what we can actually do as well is we can rerun from this point as well. We can cancel execution of runs. If we get into an infinite loop situation, we can cancel it. So you can truly debug agentic workflows. And trust me, when you start working on this stuff, you will understand the true value of this. Okay. Now, of course, this is the part that powers up the agent workflows. And of course, inside the link in the description, you can sign up for and get a bunch of benefits for absolutely free. But not only, by the way, I just want to shout out because I'm a bit tangled right now. But when you deploy this, by the way, it deploys onto Vercel, and it's got such an awesome integration with Vercel. It's simple, like whether you're deploying to preview links or production links, everything just deploys seamlessly and it works so beautifully. Okay. Calvin goes, please ease up on transitions. My bad, dude. Sometimes I get like, once I'm in the flow, it's tricky. So I know I can get hazy, right? So in this case, we have the AI agentic workflow sorted, and we have the authentication. Okay, so Ingest is covering this. Now, of course, we have an awesome app at this point, but you're probably wondering, well, that's cool, but how do we monetize this app? How do I create a SaaS product, a software as a service? Well, this is where my amazing friends over at Schematic come in as well. So this is what I love about the point we're at on YouTube. We truly have gotten to a point where we're able to work with some incredible companies out there, right? Which means that we can actually solve some really difficult situations, really difficult problems, just so simply, right? One of those big problems for me was when you implement payments, you have to capture all of the different corner cases. What happens when someone upgrades? What happens when someone downgrades? How much of the certain use or allocation of a certain feature has someone got remaining? Like say, for example, they get 300 scans a month. I have to build that custom. I have to do all of that custom. It's a pain. You got to deal with webhooks. I'm not saying it's terrible, but I want to focus on product. So this is where Schematic comes into the picture perfectly. You can firstly read out, they've got a number of courses for SaaS products. So you can go ahead and sign up to those at the top, but you can go ahead and see for yourself here. Now, if you go through the special link in the description, you will come to this page, by the way. So it says, welcome Papa Fam. So make sure you go through this link because it tells them that you came from us. Okay, so over here, you guys can see for yourself, it's essentially drag and drop components. They have beautiful drag and drop builders. You can go ahead and build out. This is the pricing page I showed you guys previously. And all we essentially do, guys, is we set up our plans, we set up our pre-built components, and the rest of the things that we want and expect from our app are essentially out-of-the-box solutions that have been provided for us. So we can go ahead and implement it using their pre-built hooks, their pre-built APIs. It's so awesome. Now, what do I mean by this? Like, for example, usage quota things and things like that, right? So all of this handled out of the box for us. Now, the way that they handle this is essentially anytime that we have any kind of SaaS product, we typically have to gate people. So what does this mean? It means essentially whenever, let's say I'm a free user, okay? Well, if I was a free user, I get access to a certain number of features. Once I go pro and I pay for my service on the website, I am essentially unlocked a bunch of features, right? So when I go ahead and, but if I wasn't a pro user, I need to gate certain features from free users, right? Now that can be a bit of a pain. You can build that in a million different ways. They've made it super easy with something called feature flags. So this is where flags and entitlements comes in. And this essentially allows us to dictate what policies and what features our customers get access to based on what they've purchased. So very, very much simple stuff. And of course, things like metering as well. So depending on how much of a certain feature you've used, all of this is kind of in the box. And of course, without even, I completely forgot to mention the main thing, Stripe integration. So Stripe integration, they are basically, yeah, they're I would like to say first class integration into Stripe because it just works the way I expect it to work. Absolutely awesome. And the best part is that even if you have bespoke use cases for individual customers, you have powerful features such as overrides, company profiles, and so forth. So really, it truly is an amazing solution to what we need. And this is why I'm building essentially what we do. So somebody asked, what does this app actually do? Well, I'm going to go back over to the app one more time, give you a little breakdown of the app. But the main thing that I want you to pay attention to is what the app under the hood is doing, because this is truly the kind of the gold mine part. It's not about just copy me and build this cool app. It's more about I'm showing you how to solve the core problems when you're building SaaS products. And then that gives you the ability to go and build anything with it. That's the better way of teaching, not just giving you a one-to-one copy me situation and then you don't know how to replicate it for your own SaaS product. Okay. So in this case, we can drag and drop receipts into our drag and drop function. So in this case, I'm logged in. We can go ahead and drag and drop a receipt. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just drag and drop a receipt over here. Go ahead and pop that down. And as you can see, it will go ahead and create that, upload it as well. So in this case, we go ahead and pull it in. Now, again, somebody is asking in the chat, but what else does it do? Well, firstly, it's storing receipts, yes. And then it's stripping things off the receipts. But the thing I want you to focus on is the tech that is handling this. Because truly, after you understand this, you can do whatever the hell you want with this. You can make this do some really complicated stuff. You can make it do some simple stuff. The point is, I want you to learn about the underlying tech beneath it, because that's truly the PowerPoint here. Now, one thing you probably didn't even notice here is when this all happened, you'll see like everything just popped in real time, works amazing. And you can honestly take this as far as you want once it's built. Look, and then you can see it even strips out the different items. But what's incredibly powerful here is what you didn't see is if I go to manage plan right now, every time I uploaded a receipt, boom, you see how it says 1 of 2 scans used? So in this case, I'm on the free tier, okay? So obviously I reset my plan, that's why you see 3 receipts. But if I was to upload 1 more receipt, I would be exhausted of my free tier and then it would block my ability to upload. So you guys can see for yourself, this is exactly how we want the SaaS product to be built and how we want it to work. Now, this entire code base is going to be available in 2 different angles here. 1, you build along with me and you get it for absolutely free. Or 2, it's inside the Papa GitHub repo, where if you go ahead and buy the Papa GitHub repo, you get access to this as well as all the other builds I've ever built. So it's up to you. Work for it, pay for it, whatever you do, I don't care. Just benefit from it. That's my advice here, okay? So let's go ahead and build Expensio. I think we've done an awesome way of breaking that down. We're gonna go ahead and dive straight into this. I think what we can do as well is I wanna go ahead and just dive into some of the tech stack quickly. Like I said, we drag and drop, goes into Convex and Clerk. We're gonna use Convex and Clerk quick starter guide to get things set up. This is gonna be essentially powering 2 areas. This is gonna power the database behind our app, and Clerk is gonna be the authentication. So the auth, sorry guys, that's extra small, but you guys can see that, right? So the authentication. And then of course, the entire application, the entire thing is wrapped around with something called Schematic. Okay, so Schematic is essentially how we're gonna power the app and make ourselves some money. Okay, so Schematic is essentially how we're gonna monetize this application. So we have the drag and drop, we upload the receipts into Convex. Clerk is gonna be handling the authentication state. And then of course, the rest of the app works. Now in this is where we have this kind of like gray area of what the hell happens when we drag and drop it in, like to make that AI stuff happen. Well, this is truly where we're essentially going to pass through, let's just say do it like this. So we're going to pass through, and if we want to see some receipt information on the screen, but when this happens, this is where ingest comes into play. Now ingest is essentially where we're going to build out 2 specific AI agents. Thank you so much, Marius, for tuning in. I appreciate it. We're going to build 2 AI agents. Okay. Now, these AI agents are not just buzzwords. They're not just hype. I'm genuinely so excited about AI agents because when you see what we build today and how we build it, the abstraction that we can essentially have, we can just start to dictate what we want from the document. Now, what I can say here is, for example, when I upload that PDF document, I'm not telling it, scan every single bit and do this and do that and everything else. No, I'm giving the PDF document as context. And then I'm saying, well, from this document, I just expect to have a total price, the list of items which are shaped like this. I want this, I want this. And then it's using the context along with the requirements I've given it to figure out that middle part. And this is the real power of AI agents and the way it kind of comes into things, okay? So with this point, we have AI agents in the mix as well. Now, of course, when we have 2 AI agents, we actually need some kind of routing between them to get a real powerful workflow. And if there is something I can recommend you, not enough, it's go on to Claude's website and type in, I think it's building effective agents. It's a big sheet that Claude released. And essentially all of the work that Ingest have done is essentially built off of that because they use that as inspiration. So this essentially shows a pattern where we can have something called a routing agent. Okay, so Ingest is amazing because it has a default routing agent, which we're going to leverage heavily because it essentially we give it the 2 AI agents, and then we build something called a network of agents. And with that, essentially it's going to go ahead and route between the two. This is 100% an agent, BGB. All right, in the chat, I'm going to call you out right now. This is damn an agent, because an agent requires 3 things. An agent requires an LLM, which we're going to give it. It requires some kind of memory store, which in this situation will be built out the way we build it out. I'll show you that. And the third thing is a tool, right? It needs tools. Both our agents have tools. So shut up. It's an AI agent. Okay, I'm going to say it absolutely there and then. Okay, now guys, if you do want the AgentKit source code for absolutely free, no, sorry, that's different. Sorry, that's something, Jay. That's not actually that's just a documentation that they provide us with. Okay, so in that case, this is an AI agent workflow. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and build the thing. Now, obviously, to make it look pretty, we're using Tailwind CSS. Okay, and then we're going to have TypeScript to reduce the number of bugs because I want this to be safely typed. The beautiful thing about this entire tech stack is because we're using Convex. Convex automatically gives us typings. So really, our Next.js app with Convex and TypeScript is just a very safe way of working. You're going to see as we build this out, super, super nice. Okay. Sonny does need to tell everyone that when working with AI, it will be paid for. Yes. So that's a very good point, actually. So when we are working with AI, especially when we're working with Claude or GPT-4, you have to understand AI LLM models are not free. Okay. Now you can use Gemini. Gemini does have a generous free model. And I believe it does. Yes. And Ingest also have a perfect, like, kind of click in for Gemini. However, just bear in mind that the performance may vary. So obviously each LLM is trained on different training sets, training models. That's why they have different performance metrics and so forth. So LLMs have an element of fuzziness to it where you have to try different models out and different things. I have had a lot of success with Claude 3.5, 3.7 as well as GPT-4o, right? Those have proved very well for me, especially for O Mini when it's a relatively more easier task. Okay, so let's go through some of the questions now. Ricardo says, I have one last question. How does it work with the API? How do you calculate the cost? I think Sonny is taking this into account. So essentially what we're doing is we're counting the every time that a save receipt to database call is happening. So once this entire flow has absolutely finished, that is when I want to go ahead and take one of the user's tokens against their account. Okay. So in that case, this is completely required, by the way, guys, to explain this all out to you, because when I start moving and everyone says, what's going on? You're going to wish I went slower on this part. Okay. So, and that's perfect. Let's go ahead and jump straight into it. Okay. So we have all of this Tailwind CSS, all this good stuff. So let's go ahead and dive into it. And I'm going to take my own time with this, guys. No one's rushing me. Okay. We're going to go into the first thing we're going to do is head over to convex.dev. Okay. Now, convex.dev has a really nice template. They're not actually sponsoring this video, but they're doing a great job in the space. So if we go ahead and check this out, npm create convex latest, that's one way of doing it. I also want to show you as well, they have a bunch of stuff. You can look for it yourself, right? But in this case, I think it was just, we can just run that first command and it'll run everything ourselves. So we can go ahead and copy this right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull open warp. Okay, so warp is what I like to use. Let's go ahead and pause open now. I'm going to go ahead and just, wow, I've got a messy setup right now. I'm just going to go ahead and clean things up a little bit. 1 second, because I hate working in a mess like this. And let's go ahead and close that down a bit. Let's move this around. What is that? Why have I got another screen open? I have screens open for no reason. What the hell? Okay, let's go. We're back. So first thing I want to do is on documents and builds. I'm using omyzsh, so that's why I'm not doing cd documents builds. But in this case, you don't need to worry about that. Once you have this open, what I essentially want you to do in your terminal is go ahead and paste in the following. Now I'm using PNPM. So if you're using NPM, that's completely fine. But PNPM is an awesome tool because it allows us to go ahead and not bloat the computer out with node dependencies or node modules. Sorry. So I'm going to do PNPM create convex latest. Okay. And in this case, it's going to go ahead and find, and then you can see a project name and so forth. Okay. So project name, let's call this one receipt tracker YouTube build. Okay, and as you can see, this is the important part. You see it says Next.js app router, TANstack, and all this kind of stuff. Well, you want to go down and hit on Next.js app router, and then here's the cool part. Choose user authentication, Convex auth, Clerk, none. I'm going to click on Clerk. Okay. Now, the reason why I like this template, you can do it without this, but the reason why I like it is twofold. One, it adds cursor rules to our project, which means when we use, for example, Composer or any kind of like inbuilt LLM when we're coding or vibe coding, because that's a thing now. But essentially, whenever we do that, it's basically giving it some pre-context. So that way it knows exactly how to use Convex, for example. So the Convex team, when you initialize it this way, give you cursor rules. And I'll show you what it adds to the project to make that happen. But it's just a very cool addition to the sort of AI movement that everyone's moving towards. Because the one thing I will say is that, yes, I understand vibe coding is a thing and it's effective. The one thing I will definitely push back against is it does not mean that we skip the fundamentals of coding. So don't think that just because I'm vibe coding something, it's a good piece of code. You need to understand what it's giving you, okay? So now that that's done, we're gonna CD into that build, and then I'm gonna type in cursor dot, okay? Or you can do code dot if you have VS Code. Right, I've already installed cursor, so I'm coding with cursor, so it makes things a bit simple to explain. So in this case, let's make this way bigger. And as you can see, here is our app starting point, right? So we're using Next.js 15. We have a bunch of things here. Now I want to pay attention to cursor. If we look at cursor rules, you guys can see right here, this is just a bunch of rules, which is going to essentially give the composer. So if I do command I, we have composer, this will go ahead and give it a bit of information as to how to write, you know, convex queries and a bunch of stuff. So if you do ever get stuck, I highly recommend that you can go ahead and use composer or chat or whatever to do it, right? Now, this is a thing that I would say you do not need to have, you do not need to be using Copilot or Cursor or any of that stuff. You can code everything on your own 100%. And in fact, I agree with Yatish's comment right now. He goes, you need to be so careful of vibe coding because it can mess up your project big time. 1,000,000%. If you just believe what the LLM is giving you, you will end up with a spaghetti mess of code. And it's happened many times to many of my students. And they're like, but I don't understand where I'm wrong. I'll show you a couple of good things to do when you're working. The first one is of which is you want to initialize a repository and you want to go ahead and just commit as a checkpoint. So in this case, you can go ahead and just commit everything. But in this case, if you just click generate commit message in Cursor, something I really like is that I'm lazy sometimes. I don't want to write my own commit message. Yes, I know. And you see this, it'll give me basically a pre-written commit message commit. Now I can use GitHub source control to go back. So I have like checkpoints when I'm working. So if you do use vibe coding techniques, and I'm going to make a lot of videos on this approach because I think people need to understand the guidelines to when you're coding with AI and LLMs. It can be amazing, but it's not a replacement at all. And I'm going to shout that out 1,000,000 times over. Forget the fear mongering and all the channels that are pushing it. It's not a replacement. Okay. So in this case, if we go to app, and then you can see we've got a bunch of examples of how they've gone ahead and shown it. Look, Convex, Next.js, and Clerk. We're going to essentially cut this down quite heavily. So I want you to pay attention now. Okay. So I'm going to just stop running my previous app. So we're going to stop running that right now. I'm cutting that on the back end. And here, open up the terminal and you want to run npm run dev, all right? But I'm using pnpm again. So what I want to do is pnpm dev, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop the music down a little bit so we can get a bit more into a flow state so we can kind of just focus a bit more. Okay, so now what you want to do is you see Convex dashboard. So when I do pnpm dev, this is actually running a slightly different command to what we're used to. So you can see when we use that starter guide, it's actually modified it. So it's running the dev frontend and dev backend in parallel. And the front end is just doing Next.dev with TurboPack. The back end is doing Convex dev. So it's running both of those commands. Now, when we do Convex dev, it's asking us, do we want to set up a project? So in this case, we're going to say, yes, I want to set up a project. And let's call this one the Receipt Tracker YouTube Build. Perfect name. And you can see cloud deployment or local, because now they've added self-hosting. So we're going to do cloud deployment to make life a little bit easier. Okay, so that will create our Convex project. If you're not logged in at that point, it will prompt you to log in. And as you can see, it gave us our environment file, I believe. Oh no, it didn't. So sometimes it doesn't give us the env file, which is kind of frustrating. But you see it automatically will open up the dashboard, Convex. And you can see here we are given our logins where we can see our tables and all that good stuff. And they've already pre-populated the tables, numbers table for us in the code that was generated. And we can see that by going to Convex. And we should have I believe it's inside the schema. You can see numbers table. Okay, so this is why that's going ahead and get generated. But let's go back over here and make it a little bit smaller so we can actually see what the hell's on my screen. But this would have run both. So we don't need two things running on separate sides now, like a Convex terminal and a npm run dev. So if I hit save, for example, on any of this stuff, you'll see that it will compile. Well, I mean, it didn't do it now, but it'll compile, okay? So are all the tools used for free? Yes, they all have generous free tiers, except for the LLMs that we actually use. Those will obviously have to have billing on it as well. JazzDev Betty says, will I be able to watch this live later? Yes, 100%, absolutely. And guys, remember, all I ask, if you're enjoying this content, you just like this video and smash the subscribe button if you haven't already, because we are so close to 300,000 subscribers, which is such a milestone for me. It's absolutely incredible, right? So you can go ahead and initialize the Git repo. On this screen, there'll be a command here to get in it, or you can just do a git init inside of your terminal. But let's jump into things without further ado. So we have the app running. So let's go ahead and pull it up. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it open. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull it open inside of here. So localhost 3000. Let's see. So we should have, look, there we go. Nice. And you can see login to see the numbers. If I click sign in to my application. Now, obviously, this is a very cool thing about Clerk, which you may have not seen before, but Clerk is in keyless mode. And what I really like what Clerk have done here, because, for example, during the setup process, you see how Convex added these environment variables for us, which is great. We never set up a Clerk account. So what we actually have here is Clerk in keyless mode. So what I want you to do now is click on this notification and you see it says claim application. This is awesome. Okay. So what they've done is you can click on claim. And now what I love about this is it will go ahead and it will give us the opportunity to create an app that we're going to go ahead and use here, which I think is an awesome way of onboarding users. So in this case, we can say receipt tracking YouTube app, receipt tracking YouTube, right? I don't know. We'll call it what you want, right? But in this case, I'm going to claim the application and let's go ahead and see. And then it'll give me my environment variable. So I can go ahead and copy these right now. And it says that waiting for you to paste. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hide my terminal. So I'm going to paste those keys inside. I'm going to save my environment file and I'm going to close it. Now, as you can see, I did nothing but hit save and it automatically, the reason why it knew that it was used is because it was already in keyless mode. So it's already detected that I added the environment variables in, and then I click on resume development. Now, claim completed. That is absolutely awesome, guys. And now you can see configure settings from the Clerk dashboard. You can click it now and boom, you'll have this open. Now, I do want to mention, please, before you do that, one thing I would say is please go ahead and go through the link in the description though, because if you go that route, they can't actually attribute it. So I've given you an easy way to set it up, but if you just go through the description, create a Clerk account first, then it tells them that you came from the Papa Fam, and I massively appreciate that. So go through the link in the description first, and Jay, I think that's worth mentioning. That's a big reason why it maybe didn't get attributed last time. Just realized. Okay, so in that case, go ahead and click on get started with Clerk down below, and then go ahead and do that step if needed. So you'll already be logged into the account afterwards. Okay. So in this case now we have the Clerk set up as well. So we have Clerk set up, we have ingest on the way, which we need to set up in a second, but we're going to slowly step this out. Okay, so we've already got Clerk running. Let's go back into our application right now so we can see. and I want to go ahead and pull this open. So first, let's just try and sign into our app. We're going to click continue with Google. Are you coding live? Yes, I am. So I'm going to log into my account right now. And then let's go ahead and log in. Yes. And I always notice sometimes on the first login, it will show my profile screen. But that doesn't happen in production or once we get past this first flow. I don't know why that happens as well, but in this case, look, we need to do a Cloudflare. Let's go ahead and do that. And yeah, so sometimes you might get this. So you just want to hop back over to localhost 3000. And now we can see this is my extension. Oh, no, it's not. So no JWT template exists with name Convex. The next step I want you to do is, I'm going to show you right now. Go into your Clerk dashboard, go into configure, and I want you to go down to JWT templates, new template, and do Convex. And now here is where we have a couple of things. So the first step is I want you to hit save. Okay. Now we will go ahead and, configure this and pass this over later. But for now, if we go back into our application and we do a refresh, now we can see if we click dismiss, we get rid of that error because we have the two correctly linked together. And you can see I have my profile button at the top. So this is great. Okay. No auth provider matching the given token. Check your service server auth config. Yep. So we need to set this up afterwards. I'll show you now. If we actually go to our, I believe it's not in middleware. It's actually in auth config. Okay. So what you want to do is go to convex auth.config.ts. Okay. Now here, uncomment this once you have set up your Clerk application. Amazing. Okay. Now you want to see, you see this one, Clerk JWT issuer domain. We just got that when we actually did that JWT token step. So we need to go into our environment variable. I'm going to hide my screen for a second. I'm going to show you what we need to do. So what I want you to do is actually go and you know what? At this point, I'm going to invalidate all my keys. So I'd rather just show you this with the more clarity so you guys can see for yourselves. In this case, if I go back to my dashboard, you can see inside of Clerk, we have the configure, the JWT template, and you see this issuer URL. Copy this, go into your issuer domain, paste it. Now, obviously, for many obvious reasons, don't show people these values. These are secret keys, or not. The next public ones are public, that's fine. But the secret keys, they're secret. For a reason, they're secret, okay? So you don't want to show that. I'm showing it because after the stream, I'm invalidating the keys, okay? Simple as, okay? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and close this out. And as you can see, JWT issuer domain. And now if I go back into my application, what we can see is if I hit the refresh, now we are successfully connected with Convex and with Clerk. And the reason why this is all done, so this one, check your server. I think it needs to restart, to be honest. What we can do is, oh yeah, sorry. There's another step we need to do. Okay, so this one here, sorry, this is not running on our, okay, so something interesting. When you're deploying with Convex, something to bear in mind is whenever we set environment variables, it's not actually the one in EMB local. It's actually the one on the Convex dashboard. So you can see it pops up here and it actually gives us a direct link to set this up. But what I want you to do is firstly log into your Convex account. I believe I'm in the wrong account. I need to log into my personal. Let's log in. And I'm going to go into my Convex account and let's see for ourselves, receipt tracker, YouTube build. And here is the one that I want you to pay attention to. Okay. So inside of settings, environment variables, Clerk JWT issuer domain. And then what I want you to do is I'm just going to get my value quickly. So I found my value. I want you to go ahead and paste in the Clerk value that we found earlier when we set up the JWT token. Okay. So this one is save. So we click save. Okay. And now once that's done, now it's set up. So just a FYI, that's the only time where the environment variables will differ from the ones that we are using. Okay. So now if I refresh this, obviously the final app, this is it. So now we should get rid of that error that we saw previously. Okay. And obviously now we need to sign. Oh, I'm in a different user profile. So let's sign in now. And let's go into Sonny Sangha. I'm going to pull this one. Yep, there we go, guys. Look, boom. Okay. Now I want to show you something very nice. So in this case, if I pull this open to one side, I pull this open to the other side, and let's go to the Convex dashboard. Yeah. Okay, now obviously I've got my main app here. So I need to go into YouTube build. Where is it? Receipt tracker YouTube build. Let's go into that. And on the right hand side, if we go into data, we go into numbers, you can see I actually added a number there. Okay. Now, if I'll click on add a random number, you can see on the right hand side, every time I click it, it's adding a number into the database. So we have a clear connection. So you need to get to this point to basically have your first checkpoint, right? And if you do that, you deserve a water break, just like I do. Okay. So at this point, we're doing awesome for time. I think we're doing very well in terms of breakdown. So we've just connected up Next.js, Convex, and Clerk. Okay. And we've got everything set up in a very, very nice setup. Okay. So they give us a bunch of dummy files. I'm not going to go into this too much because I want you guys to pay attention to things on your side, to be honest. But what I will do is I'm going to keep that open on the side. What I will do is I'll show you how to clean it up to get to the point that we want. Okay. So first up, make everything small again, go to app, page.tsx is the home page. That's essentially what we're seeing here. Okay. Now I'm going to start doing a cleanup setup. Now, obviously you can pause the video, take your time with this step, but I need to get through this bit so we can start building from scratch essentially. Okay. So inside of the page.tsx, I want to eventually have a very clean function, right? As in a page, sorry. So I'm going to get rid of essentially everything. I'm going to make this a div, to be honest, firstly. Oops, sorry. And then here, everything here, let's just get rid of it. So I'm going to say h1 hello world. Okay. And then get rid of that. And you should see hello world at the top. We're going to get rid of the sign-in form. We're going to get rid of the content. We're going to go all the way down and get rid of all of it. So now you can see we've essentially got a much cleaner app. And we're even going to get rid of a use client because I want this to be a server component. So this is your first step. Okay. Thank you so much, Siren. I appreciate you. Yeah. So look at this. We've got the hello world. Now the next step is Command B to open up the sidebar, open the layout.tsx. Layout.tsx is where essentially the entire app begins, right? So in this case, we can see we have the body, then we have the Clerk provider, which has all been set up for us, which wraps something called the Convex client provider. Now the Convex client provider, we click into it, we get over here. Okay. Now we are going to have to modify this to eventually add in something called Schematic provider. Okay. And that's going to be how we essentially handle the pricing and so forth inside of our app. But step by step, right? The first step that I want to do is I want to get a little bit of code set up firstly inside of our app. So inside the layout where we have the children being rendered out, I'm going to wrap the children inside of a main tag because this is the main, essentially considers the main content, right? And then we're going to have the header always be rendered above it. Okay. So the header, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our components folder. I'm going to create a new component called header.tsx. Okay. Now here I'm going to do RFCE and you can see I've got my first component, which is the header component. But how did I just do that? Okay. The RFCE trick. Well, I've got this lovely extension called ES7 React Redux React Native. So all you got to do is enable that. Then you get those snippets. Okay. Hit save, go to our layout, hit save, import it from our file. And now you can see the header is rendered in. Okay. So this is going to be a nice little warm up to get started with the coding aspect of things. And it's going to help us get up and running with things, right? Now, obviously, when we set Next.js up out of the box, we actually do get Tailwind CSS working. So if I do text for Excel, for example, font bold, text center, you see we get our Tailwind CSS automatically working. I have installed the Tailwind IntelliSense extension as well. Okay, so bear that in mind. So again, you just do the same steps to install that. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to install something called shadcn because we are using shadcn to power up a number of features inside of our app. So we're going to go over to shadcn, ui.shadcn.com, and we're going to go to the installation, Next.js, and we're going to go ahead and install. Now, what I want you to do is pm dlx shadcn latest init. Okay, so we're going to go into our project and we're going to split the terminal. Okay. And you can see that this is running both Clerk and Next.js. And on the right hand side, I'm going to shift that to the side for now. We're going to paste in that command pm dlx, right? If you're using npm, again, you don't need the p at the beginning, and it'll be npx as well. Okay. But in this case, we're going to run this. And now you can see which style would you like to use. We're going to click on New York. We're fine with all the default colors and all this as well. Now here, I want you to pay attention to, close that for a sec. We're going to use legacy peer dependencies, okay? Because React 19 has a little bit of an issue right now with this because of some version mismanagement. Everything needs to get updated. So in this case, right now, we're completely fine with just using legacy peer dependencies, okay? Now, once that's done, loving that salmonella pink background today. You know what? I thought I'd mix it up a bit, get a bit of pink involved. You know, be masculine with it as well. Right, own that. Right, as you can see here, we've got this rocking in. So in that case now, that's looking pretty good. Now, so Sonny, so Convex manages automatically the Oscars for queries. No, so once you have Convex and Clerk integrated successfully, you can pull the user context provided it's a client request. So you can check that when you do a query, okay? But there's things to consider with it all. So we have that set up now. So the next step is I want to install my first ShadCN component. And what we're going to do is add the button command. Now, if you're not aware of ShadCN, very simple. It's a bunch of different components that essentially get copy and pasted into our project. So the first one, the button, I want to pull this in. We've got different styles, different things. And as you can see, here's the commands to go ahead and pull them in. Here's the usage examples and the variants as well. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's do pmpm dlx ShadCN at latest add button. All right, now go ahead and add it. And you can see use legacy peer dependencies is fine. And now it will add the button. And to just make sure that worked, what I want you to do is just do a button like so, and just type in, for example, hello. And what we should see is a lovely black button that says hello. And as you can see inside of our UI folder, it's copy and pasted essentially the component itself. So you can go ahead and customize it, see how it works and everything as well. And you get a bunch of things such as variant, outline, and it changes the style completely. Okay, so all this stuff out of the box works, which is awesome. Okay, now I'm going to make this a client component because I want to do a little bit of checking on which route we're in and style things accordingly later on. But for now, I think what we can do is make it very, very simple. We're just going to start styling out things to look the way that we expect them to. So first up, we're going to have a link, which is going to be the top left. It's going to be a Next.js link tag. It's going to go back to the home page. And instead of looking boring like that, I want to say Expensio. Okay. So in this case, we're going to have a, let's just pop in H1, which is Expensio. And then I want to have a icon next to it, which is like a shield. Now you're probably wondering, well, how do we do icons? Well, when you install ShadCN, a very cool part of it is you automatically install Lucid icons. All right. So Lucid icons, if you go to lucid.dev, you can actually search for a bunch of them. If we go to shield, you'll see we have the shield icon, which I'm using for this app. So what we can actually do is type in shield, and you can see, look, shield pops up. We can style it with very, very simple Tailwind CSS. I can give it colors, for example, text blue 600, margin right of 2. And just like that, we have a lovely looking icon. Right, and obviously that doesn't look good. I want to make that like inline and so forth. So what I'm going to do is make it flex, which by default puts it in a row. I'm going to do items center to make it perfectly vertically aligned. And then at the parent div, I'm simply going to go ahead and say that this should have a padding of 4 because it's too close to the edges. This will be a flex container, which has justify between. So basically you'll space out the children components between each other. And yeah, that's going to be a good starting point. And we can center the items, okay? Now, if I was to add in a second area, this one is going to be responsible for the logging in and logging out states. Okay, so we're going to add a second div. And you see, because I've done justify between, if I add anything at this point, so for example, if I type in hello, you can see it gets pushed apart because of flex rules. Justify between means that regardless of how big it is, it will justify that space between it automatically. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some helper components from the guys over at Clerk. So what we do is we add in something called the signed in component and the signed out components. Now, if the user is signed in, these components will render out. You can see I've got Clerk and I've got also Clerk Next.js. We want to make sure we use Clerk Next.js. So signed in is part 1, and then we have signed out, which is part 2. Make sure you pull them from the correct libraries. Okay. Now everything inside is signed in. So if we're signed out, like right now, we want to have a sign in button, right? And so sign in button from Clerk Next.js. And then we're going to have our own ShadCN button inside of it, like so, which says log in. And as you can see, oh, we're actually logged in right now. I forgot. Yeah. And if we are signed in, then I'm going to have something called the user button from Clerk. And as you can see, guys, Clerk makes it so simple. So if I'm signed in, this will show. If not, it won't show. So in this case, if I sign out now, you will see it should say a login button. If I click login, it will redirect me to a separate screen, which pops in a login, right? Now, I don't want that to take me to an entire new screen. So what I can do is I can change it to mode equals modal. And just like that, I have a pop-up modal, which is absolutely incredible. One line of code and we have a modal. It's so clean, right? So that's how we do that. So now I can log into my application, go ahead and just prove it. I'm gonna log in. And we have it just like Pietro Dev says, Clerk is amazing. It's absolutely awesome. And as you can see, we get all of our beautiful UI components out of the box. Obviously, it's in dev mode. So if you do go to production, you would want to switch this from dev mode to production and follow the steps on the website. Okay. Now, obviously here, we're going to go ahead and style it a little bit. We're going to make it flex items. And then we're going to have a space on the x-axis of 4, right? And that means if they're ever that close, we're going to go ahead and differentiate it. Now, I'm going to have 2 links inside the signed in to make things a bit easier for us down the line. The first one is going to be a link, and this one is going to have a button with a my receipts. Okay, and this is going to have a variant of outline. So I want to have an outline variant, and the href is going to go to / receipts. Okay, so receipts. There you go. So now if I click that, it'll take me to a receipts page, which doesn't exist right now. That's why we see a 404. I can copy this and I'm going to change this to a manage plan screen. So manage plan screen. And then this one is going to say manage, manage plan. And as you can see now, but this one is not going to be variant outline. This one is just going to be a straight up button. And as you can see, if I click on manage plan, it'll take me to the manage plan screen. I'll click on receipts there. And if I click on the home button, boom. Now we have our header set up, right? I'm blown away. Clerk released elements to everyone. Yep. Clerk elements is super clean. We used it in the challenge as well. Definitely recommend checking it out. Now I want to change the styling very, very slightly. If we're on the home page, I want it to look very slightly different to the rest, right? So what we do is we're going to use the use path name hook, and we need to make sure we're a client component because we're now using hooks. So in this case, we use next navigation to get the path name. And if the path name is correlating to the home page, which is /, then we have this will be true. So what I can now do is I can now have, for example, there's 2 ways of doing this. We can either do backticks and string interpolation, or you can use the cn util, this one here, to go ahead and merge tailwind classes. In this case, I'm going to be a bit lazy and use this. So in this case, I'm going to say if is home page, then I'm going to give it a background blue of 50. Otherwise, I'm going to say it's going to be background white. I'm going to give it a border on the bottom, and I'm going to say the border is blue 50. So now you can see on the home page, we have this nice blue top. If I go into any other page, you can see it's no longer there. It looks different, okay? So very, very clean. There you go. And it's because I want to have a nice hero banner section on the home page. Cool. So we have our header component and our bit of navigation set up. We have our Clerk set up correctly. I think the next step that we should go ahead and do is set up, I reckon let's set up let's do Schematic next. So Schematic is the next one on the list, right? And then we start implementing the AI agent logic. So Schematic is up next. So what we're going to do now, oh, I have this running in several, I cut this off, that's why. So inside the description, you're going to have a link to join Schematic via the Papa Fam. So you want to make sure you go into the correct link, and you should see use a discount code for 1 month off the team plan, Papa Fam. So you want to go ahead and do that. And then click on get started for free. Now I've already created an account. So if you've already created an account, there's 2 things you can do. One, they're adding several accounts to individual, they're adding the ability to add in several projects if you've already got an account. But there's a trick that I use on this, and not only this, but tons of different websites, whereby if you need to create another account, what you can do is, I'm just going to move this into a separate view so it can help us out a little bit. You can go ahead and do the following trick. So in this case, you see I have an account, and I've used this for the challenge 2 weeks ago. Okay, so we already built an entire challenge 2 weeks ago. It's crazy. We can click on sign up, and what I want you to do is, for example, we can go ahead and type in Sonny.Sangha. So this is my normal email address, but you can actually go ahead and say plus. right? And this is a little trick that not many people know, right? And I can go ahead and just say YouTube AI agent .com at gmail.com. So my entire normal email address is typically sunny.sangha@gmail.com. But if I do plus YouTube AI agent, it still counts as my email address. It's a little handy little trick, okay? Now for the password, I'm just going to go ahead and pop in a password. So I'm going to say just a quick little dummy password and click on continue. And then it will go ahead and send me a verification code. So I'm going to go ahead and get Jay to send me that now as well. So inside of our emails, that will come in. And while that's happening, we've got a question from Mulana Adam Shahid. So he goes, what a cool project, Sonny. By the way, will you provide access to some receipt images used in this project so we can follow the tutorial? Well, very good question, actually. What I could do in the Papa GitHub repo, I could go ahead and actually give you a folder with some dummy receipts in as well. So that's very, very cool. You guys can see that Jay did give me the verification code. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. And as you can see, boom, I am logged in. Okay. And then you can see I'm now going to set up an account. So I can say Sonny, Sangha, company name. I'm just going to say Papa Fam Physical. If you don't have a company, simply put in your name. Okay. And then for the company URL, if you don't have a company URL, simply just type in the following www.papareact.com. Feel free to use mine. And then you can go ahead and type in, I'm just going to say engineering. And option, how did you hear about Sonny's YouTube? Woo. Okay. Create account. And now we're going to create our first account. So in this, well, not first, but you know what I mean? So that will create the account. And then if we see something that got a little bit stuck, so just hit a refresh and we get this screen. Get started with Schematic. Schematic is essentially how we're going to power the entire payment side of the application. We're also almost at 200 likes. So make sure you destroy that like button, guys. We're absolutely doing awesome right now. And again, we're almost at 300,000 subscribers, which is absolutely crazy, guys. Just make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Okay. So what I want you to do is we're going to do the first step, set up plans, features, and limits. Okay. So we're going to click on continue, and then we can go ahead and create our first plan. Now, a couple of things here. So we actually want to integrate this to Stripe. So what you want to do now is open up a separate window and open up Stripe. Now, I just need to make sure I'm in the correct Stripe account before we continue on, because I've got a couple of different profiles, a couple of different things. I just don't want to expose the wrong Stripe account. So you need you to go to stripe.com and create an account with them. And once you've done that, I need you to sign into your account. So I'm just signing in right now. Give me 1 minute. Okay. So I'm inside of a Stripe account. And now what we want to do is I want to create a new profile. So we're going to click on create new account, and you can go ahead and type in name. Now, for anyone who's in a region where Stripe is not supported, I want you to go ahead and just use, for example, you can use United Kingdom, United States, wherever you want, right? So in this case, I'm just going to type in ingest, YouTube, and demo. Okay. And we're going to type in, I'm in the UAE, so let's just do create. Okay. And this will go ahead and set up this. So what is the purpose of Schematic here? Schematic is going to handle all of the payments and everything inside of it, right? And inside of our app. So all of the payments, the upgrade flow, the downgrade flow, the keeping track of the user's features and gating, all of it is powered by Schematic. Okay. So it handles all of the payment aspects. So now you can see here where we have our test mode on. Okay. So I want you to go into your Stripe integration. Click on this. Oh, I'm actually in the different account, so I need to be logged in into. Okay, so give me 1 second, guys. What I now need to do is I need to shift this over here and make sure I'm actually logged in over this account, because I use different developer profiles for. Yeah, there we go. What's the easier way to do this? I've got an idea. I've got a better way to do this. Okay. 1 minute. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I'll figure this out, okay? So what I want you to do is click on test mode and then click on connect Stripe in the integration section of Schematic. And now what this will do is it will prompt us to log in. So you can see here, you're currently in test mode. We can click on skip this form, okay? And it will go ahead and set up things. But I don't think this is connected because I'm not logged in on the same profile. So I just realized you can check if it all worked, by the way, by going ahead and just seeing if I'm logged in here. So if I hit refresh, if the special logo pops up, so it hasn't connected yet. Okay, so this is incorrect. So what you want to do is click remove connection. You need to be logged into the correct account. So I made a little slip up here. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to log in the correct account. So I need to log in on this account, to be honest, for it all to work. So give me 1 second. I'm going to log into my account so I can proceed with this next step. Okay. So I'm just logging into my account. So you should obviously have a Stripe account. Make sure the reason why this is happening for me is because I already have many different Stripe accounts and many different profiles on Arc. So it logs me in and out of different things. So that's why we're seeing this a bit of an issue, but you will not have this issue. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just continue on. Someone goes, just make sure you share those secret keys. Not today, guys. And this is why I do not show my screen, because I logged into my main account, which is definitely not the account that I want to share here. So I need to log out of this account. And right now, you guys will probably be much quicker than me on this instance. But in this case, I'm just logging into the right account now, so we're not slipping up again. And yes, now I need to log in. Give me 1 second, guys. I've got security everywhere. So I need to make sure I'm logged into the correct part of the account. 1 second. And this is a good reminder at this point, right? Make sure you're using 2FA everywhere. Just as a rule of thumb, 2FA everywhere. It's non-negotiable. It's an absolute must. Okay. So now we've done it correctly. Okay. So you will not have that issue because I have several Arc windows open. Okay, but now I'm logged in developer in my correct, same profile. And I don't know if one day I'll make Sonny laugh. You do make me laugh, dude. In this case, we click on test mode now, and now I click on connect Stripe. Okay, and now what we should see is, there we go, guys. We should see all the profiles pull in. So you should see the same account that we're logged into here over here. Okay, now once you do that, you can click skip form. And what you should notice then is on the right hand side in your Stripe account, if you did it correctly, we're going to go ahead and say, how would you like to link? We're going to click on Stripe customer IDs. That is absolutely fine. Close. And over here, we're going to hit refresh. And now what I want you to see is, if you did it correctly, what you see is Schematic has access to new tools to help manage your account. So now you've done it correctly. Now the integration is there. We've got Aiden in the house as well. What is up, dude? Amazing stuff. What's up, man? Liz goes, I find Schematic, yeah, they're definitely improving it, but it's definitely made leaps and bounds of improvement over the past few weeks. So once that's done, now we can set up our plans. Okay, so we need to set up 3 plans. Now these have to correlate to the plans over in Stripe. So what we now do is we go over to our product catalog in Stripe, and let's go ahead and start creating our first products. So the first product here is going to be, I just need to disable my 1 moment. Let's go ahead and just make sure there's no auto filling in the mix, because auto filling on live streams is no fun. Right. So now we're going to go ahead and do free. This is our free plan. This is the free tier. And then you can go ahead and do recurring, whatever. I'm going to do everything in US dollars. So in this case, our free tier is 0. And it's going to be monthly 0. Absolutely fine. Add product. Okay. This is our free tier. And then in our free tier as well, you can go ahead and do a yearly pricing of 0. And it sounds weird, but this is going to be so you can upgrade, downgrade in the correct approach. So even in here, you want to go ahead and do this. You want to do 0. You want to do billing period annually. And then you want to go ahead and do create price. Boom. Okay. So now we've got 0 per month, 0 for a year. That's our free tier. We do create product. Let's do the same thing. Let's do starter. Okay. And this one is going to be, for example, let's call it $5.99 a month. Okay. Or let's just do, $5.99 a month. Okay. And this one is going to be yearly. Or let's do $4.99. $4.99 a month. Okay. This is a free taste of the app. Okay. And click on add. And for the starter, if we click it, we want to add a price for that one, which is going to be a yearly price. Now, the yearly price typically is discounted. So if it's $4.99 a year, that means that even if we did $49.99, that is discounted per year, right? So we do $49.99 yearly, and you can typically give some kind of discount if you're going to do it that way, right? Always online because he's the OG. I appreciate you. So in this case, we got our starter done. Now we're going to add the final one, which is the pro tier. So we're going to say pro and say this is all the bells and whistles. Boom. Okay. And that's a very British thing to say. And then we say $9.99. So that's $9.99 a month for pro. Okay. So this is where we set up all of our sort of features, our pricing tiers. Now the final pricing tier we want to do is we go in here and we do US dollars. Let's do the annual, which is going to be, if it was 99, it'll be 118-ish. So in this case, $99 is cool, right? So in this case, do yearly 99, some quick maths. And now you can see we've got two prices, $9.99 a month or $99 for the year. Cool. So some element of discounting for the yearlies. Cool. Now we've set up our pricing on Stripe. We can ignore Stripe now. But what I want you to do is go to integrations, click on refresh data. And as you can see, guys, look, it pulled in the different ones that we set up on Stripe, as well as the prices, which is absolutely awesome. Now we go to plans and we have to map in each of those and connect the dots. Okay. And trust me when I say I'm working with this team over at Schematic, they are doing an incredible job of progressively updating this app. So eventually, I can't even imagine, this will be all automatic eventually. We're also 3 likes away from 200 likes. So smash that like button. We've also got 250 people watching. That's absolutely so sick. Right. Let's go. Create your first plan. This one's going to be free. Now, what's the most gentle free color? I think it's just gray. Okay, so gray. Free taster for all. Continue. And this one is free. And as you can see, free plan. And you see it pulls in our Stripe products. So we're going to make sure this appends to the Stripe. And you can see monthly plan pulls in, yearly plan pulls in. That's why I said you got to do that. Okay. We're going to go ahead and hit save. And now you can see we've got the free plan. So let's do the next plan, which is going to be the starter plan. This one's blue. That's fine. We could be like perfect for starter businesses. Let's just say it was an expensing app. Continue. And then this is not free. This is paid now. So we do starter or pro. So we went ahead and did the starter. We can do the monthly plan of starter. Oh, interesting. Oh, I've messed up. Oh, okay. So my base price for starter, I did is annual. Oh, okay. So this is not $4.99 a year. This is $4.99 a month. Okay, that's how I know you guys need to listen, and you guys, someone should have called that out. Okay, so in this case, we go ahead and do starter. Let's do the best. Oh, let's just say starter plan for small. What's that? Yeah, small businesses. Okay, continue, and now we do paid. And now you can see if I do starter, monthly, $4.99, annual, $49. Cool, save. Okay. And oh, Pietro said it before. Oh, you put it. Pietro. Yeah. See, someone's listening. I knew it. I knew someone was. I totally knew that. But good shout. Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff. I am sorry. You were definitely listening. All right. Charity Smith here, late but here. I appreciate you tuning in. What's up? We got and let's do the final one, which is like red. It's like the pro, serious level tier, right? Let's say pro features for pro users. Okay, continue, paid. And as you can see, it makes it easy because it slowly eliminates the other ones. $9.99 a month, $99 a year. Okay, save. Cool. So now that that's done, 200 likes as well. Bam! Awesome stuff, guys. Keep smashing that like button and keep subscribing because, like I said, almost at 300,000 subscribers, which is absolutely crazy. All right, and as you can see now, if I go to plans, free, pro, star, amazing stuff. Okay. Now what I want to do is I need to set up something called entitlements. Now, what is an entitlement? As a user on this platform, we want to essentially go ahead and set it up in a way so that you have entitlements at different tiers. For the free person, we're going to give them 2 free scans a month so they can test it out, see for themselves how they like the app. But then at that point, they're probably going to be like, oh, I want to use more features. I want more scans a month. So we're going to have the starter plan. The starter plan, we're going to introduce our first entitlement, which is 50 scans, right, a month, right? Then we're going to have the pro, and the pro is going to have 300 scans as well as a feature flag. It's going to have a AI summaries feature. The reason why I've stepped it like this is because I'm showing you how to do each one incrementally. And then given that, you can build out any type of app that you possibly want. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's do in your all businesses mandatory the free plan. No, you absolutely do not need to have a free plan. In fact, a few people like Mark Lou actually push against having free plans. So it's completely your call, to be fair, right? So next up, we go to our features and let's create our first feature. So we're going to say the first feature is the scans. So let's go ahead and give it a icon. What should we call this? What should we give a scan icon? I mean, that's kind of cool. It's like takes a document and gives us information. Yeah, let's do that. We'll call this one scans. Okay. Let's just say option. What does this feature do for the user? Let's just say scans the receipt for information. Okay. And then how do you want to control this? This one is actually going to be event based because we need to count the number of things, right? So in this case, yep, maintainer is me. So we click on continue. And then the feature flag is going to be scans. That's fine. And then here, assign event. So here, the event that we're going to track this on. So every time it's used, we're going to call this the scan event. Okay. So create event scan. So I'm going to click on save. And that means every time I use this, the person uses one of their allowances, I'm going to go ahead and, call the scan event. And then we can give it to certain plans. So in this case, add a plan entitlement. So if I do this for the free plan, we're going to give it 2 scans per month. And we're going to say according to the billing period. So free plan, get access to 2 scans per month. Okay. And then we're going to add another one. This one's going to be the starter is going to get 50 scans per month. And you can see you can do it daily, weekly, monthly, really got a nice bit of flexibility here. And then we've got the final one, which is Pro. And just imagine if we had to do this all manually inside of Stripe, this really does take a long time to build all the flows, the webhooks, the mapping, the database manager. All this is where Schematic's absolutely clutch. So we do monthly billing period, PAL, 300 a month. Okay. Now we have 3 plan entitlements. So before we add in AI summaries, we need to set up something called the arrangement, right? Or the configuration. So go to catalog and go to configuration. And here is where we want to say our default plan is the free plan. Okay. Then we want to add in the plans for the app. So they're going to have free plan, starter plan, and then the pro plan. So we need to make these, you see, active. And you can see now we've got the yearly plans and the monthly plans. Okay. And you can also do some custom stuff here as well, which is pretty cool. Oops, what did I do? Go back here. Oh, so I forgot to save. So let's go back. Let's do free, starter, pro. Save changes. And you want to click on the save changes at the top. You also have live add-ons. Feel free to experiment with all this stuff as well. Lots of things that this app does, right? So Schematic is very powerful. And then we go to our plans. Now you can see here, we've got the features. All of them have scans, but just at different levels, right? So 2 scans per month for the free and so forth, right? Now I want to add one more feature. This one, we're going to call it the AI summary. Okay, AI summary. And this one, let's give it some kind of robot. So this one, we could do a light bulb, AI summary. Okay. So an AI summary of the receipt information. Okay. And then here is a Boolean. So it's either on or it's either off. Okay. Absolutely feel in love with Schematic when we use it in the AI code challenge. Jay, screenshot that. Absolutely awesome stuff. I'm sure the Schematic team would love to see that as well. Really, really nice feedback. And then this one, we're going to call this the summary feature flag. So we're going to check against this summary feature flag to see, has the user got this entitlement based on which plan they're subscribed to. So it's either going to be true or false. Now if we click continue, there is an event. However, as it's a Boolean, we don't need to track an event here, right? So we can go ahead and click on save. Okay. I have the subscribe count on my side monitor to supplement my parasocial relationship with Sonny. Jokes. All right. So in this case, we got that. So add plan. So when does the user get the AI summary? For the plan entitlement, we're only going to give it to pro members. So pro plan, get access to AI summaries. Click on save. And now we've effectively set up the backend for the payments. Believe me, it was actually that simple to set it all up. So that's mind blowing, firstly. The next step is we need to actually pull this into our app. So how do we, how am I going to click this into our app? And it's going to blow your mind when I show you how this works, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually click on components. And we're going to create our first component. We're going to go click this and we're going to say customer portal. And we're going to use the template. Click on create component. And this is why it's one of my favorite things, honestly, because you guys can see here that we've got metered features as well. So you guys can go ahead and just put in like, they see scans, number of scans. If you want to show a visual component to it, you got the unsubscribe. So if someone wants to cancel, we can put unsubscribe there. If I want to put in the invoices, I can pop in the invoices. And look at that, guys. Just like that, it works. Now, pricing table as well, you could go ahead and pop that in if you wanted, but I think we've maxed out the number of things we could put in here. I mean, the pricing table doesn't make sense there, so we can get rid of that. And then, of course, you can design it up. So I'm going to go ahead and change my color here. Let's just pick a blue. I want to maybe make it some kind of blue. Let's go ahead and do this kind of blue. There you go. That's kind of nice. Oh, I've accidentally dragged it out. Oh, my Arc browser is freaking out right now. What I will do is let's pick a blue. I've got some kind of pipette tool here. I'm going to pick a color. There we go. I'm going to grab that color and I'm just going to pop it in there myself. Right, so I'm going to go into the design aspect. So let me actually pop them back in. So I want the invoices. I want the unsubscribe. I want the metered features under here. Cool. And then I want to do save, or we'll do it afterwards. We'll just pop the color in now. So I'm going to pop that in like so. And let's just change it a little bit. There we go. And hit save. Awesome. Cool. So now we have this. And then I guess the goal is, you see we're in the correct account. We click on this, we go here, and it renders it out. So you can see this is awesome because once you have sample users, you can actually pull in their sample data as well. Yep, we are using Tailwind as well, guys. Right. So, and you can also see the different flows. For example, you can see here, look, we've got the different examples of how things will look, canceling subscriptions, disabled, and so forth. All right. But the real awesome thing is, how do I implement it? Well, if you click on these three dots, you can see how to install, and you also have this. So if we click on how to install, this is how we're going to essentially plug in to our app. Okay. So step one, we need to install the correct library. So PMPN, oh, that should be PMPN. But in this case, add schematic components. Yep, this one. So we're going to firstly go into our app, Command J. Okay, what am I doing? Yeah, Command J. And as you can see here, I'm going to go ahead and do PMPM. So PNPM, add schematic components, and schematic reactjs. Can't resolve Tailwind CSS animate. So this is a very annoying problem, but what you can do here is I'll show you how to fix that as well. So copy Tailwind CSS animate. I'm going to add that as well. I'm also going to add that in to just fix that. PNPM, add or install Tailwind CSS animate. There you go. Get rid of this one. There you go. Done. Okay. So at this point now, we've installed it, and then you can see we got to set up our backend to get things set up. Well, one more thing that we have to actually install is this schematic TypeScript node. So you also need to install that. And I want to do PMPMI. So just to show you can use add or I. We're going to install the schematic TypeScript node library as well. And before we carry on with any more installation stuff, I just want to do a bit more cleanup with the base stuff that they gave us when we set up this template. So inside a server, I actually want to get rid of the server. So their example files, essentially. And that's cool, to be honest. Yeah, that was really it. And also inside of Convex, we can do Convex afterwards. That's fine. Yeah, let's set things up then. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a manage plan route, right? So firstly, we need a manage plan screen. So, well, first up, more than anything, we need a action. So what they do on theirs is they have a Node.js function, which basically gives us the temporary access token. Now, as we're using Next.js 15, we're going to create something called a server action. So what I want you to do is at the top levels, next to package.json, we're going to create a new folder and call it actions. Now here we're going to create a server action, and this server action is going to be called get temporary access token. So I'm going to create a new folder called get temporary access token.ts, and this is going to be a server component. So we dictate that by saying use server. Okay. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to know who the current user is on the app. We can use the current user function from Clerk. Okay. The next step is we need to initialize the schematic API key and all that good stuff. So we need to go ahead and initialize schematic SDK by importing it, getting the API key, which we need to set in a moment, and we need to initialize a schematic client. So schematic API key, if we head into our environment files and I pop in the schematic API key, yes, these are private. You should not be showing these. I'm invalidating them as soon as we're done, hence why I'm showing them. But the schematic API key here is going to be this one here. So what I want you to do is go into your dashboard. So I'm going to create a new tab for the dashboard, and then go into your settings, go into API keys, and we're going to create a new key, and we're going to call this is in development environment. So obviously in production, you can do a different one, and we're going to call this one our API key. Okay. And we're going to say it doesn't need description, development. We're going to save changes, and I'm going to hide that key for us. Oh, I mean, I'm showing you anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to copy the secret here, and we've got the publishable key as well. So I just want to check one thing before I do that. So we're going to have the secret key, which is this one. And then we're also going to have next, I just saw some in the chat. We're going to have the publishable key, which is going to be this one. Okay. Now, of course, what I like to do is keep things neat. So this one is our Convex keys, essentially. So this is Convex. This is our Clerk keys, and this is our schematic keys. So keep it super clean. Okay. Now that's the final thing. Now the final one as well, I'm going to have one more. Next public schematic customer portal component ID. And that one is going to come from after the live delete this. Yeah, I will definitely delete that. Trust me. Inside of the schematic, remember when we had our component, we need to copy that component ID. Go back over here and paste it. Okay. So, so once that's done, I'm going to go ahead and close my environment file. And as you can see now, this will pull in through there. Okay. So we have the client there and so forth. Now that's done, which is awesome. The next step is to go ahead and build out the function itself. So we need to create that temporary access token function. Now you can look at theirs as inspiration for how to do this, obviously, because it shows you how to set things up. So you can see client access token, issue temporary access token, and so forth. In our situation, we're going to do it slightly different. We need the current user, and we're going to check if the user is existing or not. So getting temporary access token, you can log these out for debugging. We're going to check if the user doesn't exist, we're going to return no. All right. Otherwise, I'm going to log out saying issuing the temporary access token. Again, this is for your benefit, so you guys can know if something goes on. And then we're going to have our issuing happen. But well, instead of their example where we have company ID, ours is going to have resource type company, but lookup is going to be for the ID of the user ID. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and essentially return the token itself. Okay. So this is essentially how we prepare ourselves to get a temporary access token so we can render out the schematic component. Now, we're going to have to pause here because before we can use any component of schematic inside of our application, for example, the one you see here, we actually need to set it up at the higher level. So if we go over to their SDKs and their React SDK, so the JavaScript or the React one, you can see we need to pass in a schematic provider. So I'm going to show you how we can do this. And the reason why is because we need to know when the user is logged in and they touch the app, we need to send a special identifier event so that schematic knows that this is the Clerk user who is logged in, and then it can do all of the attribution that we essentially need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do pm install schematic react as the first step. So pm add schematic react. And then remember when I told you we're going to have to modify the Convex client provider? This is exactly what we're going to do now. So inside of our layout, we have the Convex client provider. We click into this, and here is where we do some cool stuff now. So first step, we need the schematic provider wrapping the children. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this out, and I'm going to import it from schematic provider. So this is actually being pulled from here. So I'm going to pull this in like so. And we're not using schematic events yet, but we will. So this is how we do it. The schematic key we've already set up previously. And we're going to just ensure that we do it. If you don't want to do it, you can do an if check at the top. I'm being a bit lazy today. And then I'm going to have a further wrapper. Now you can separate this into a separate file, but for simplicity, I'm going to show you how we can do it at the top. So above this, I want to show you how we can have a schematic wrapped higher order component, which takes children, which is a React node. Okay. Now inside of here, we're going to go ahead and get access to the user who is logged in by using the Clerk Next.js hook. We're going to have the identify event from schematic events, which again is going to be used to tell the schematic platform that this is the Clerk user who is logged in right now. So that way, when we send it events to track the user's usage of certain entitlements, it's able to go ahead and know who is he talking about and keep it the same user being attributed. Son of Code goes 100% love the pace we're moving. I really appreciate the feedback because I'm really trying my best to keep it at a manageable pace. Yeah. And then the schematic wrapped here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and inside around the children, I'm going to put that wrapper there. So we're going to have schematic wrapped around it. Okay. Now we need to implement it. So the first step is at the top when we have this, the first thing is we're eventually going to return the children anyway, like so. This is mainly so it just has the use effect kicking off when we need it. The real magic happens in the use effect here. Okay, use effect obviously kicks off when a component mounts or when anything in the dependency array is changed. So what we essentially want to do here is we're going to say, firstly, I need the username. Now the username can exist in the user in many different shapes and forms, one of which is we can go ahead and pull it from the username, or we're just doing some knowledge check-in. We're saying the full name or email address or ID. So username will be one of these values. Okay. Then if the user has an ID, so in this case, if user.id, I can do a little check here. Then I want to throw out a identified check. Now there are two dependency arrays that we want to send the identify events. If we need two dependencies, here. One is user and one is identify. Okay. Now when this happens, we send out something called an identify event, and this takes an object. Inside of this object, we have to pass in companies, keys, and a few other things. Okay. So the first thing we're going to pass in is the name. Name is going to be the username. Okay. Then we have to pass in two sets of keys, which are crucial for this to work. Okay. So in this case, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and have the company keys and the user keys. Now, this part, because Schematic is built in such a way where it supports B2B really nicely, right? And they're transitioning to a B2C approach, which means that we have to basically, when we're doing this B2C, so when we're having customers signing up to a SaaS platform, essentially like what we're doing today, then what we're going to do is we're going to assume that the company and the user are the same. Okay, so what we do is here, we just simply say, very, very simple. For the user, we say user level keys are the keys with the ID being passed through. And the company is essentially the same thing. So the company has keys inside of it, and the keys are going to be the ID of the user. So very, very straightforward. The only thing that we have to include as well is for the company at this level, we're going to pass the name in as well. So you just need to make sure that you've got your company level keys and your user level keys set up. Okay. So once that's done, we are going to go ahead and just check that we've essentially set things up correctly. So what I want you to do is just make sure your app is running. So I think my app crashed or something happened. Yeah, so it's crashed. So what we can do is we can do pm dev, and this will spin up both Convex and this. And now what I want you to do as well is I want you to pull open this and open up. So in this case, I'm going to have my schematic on the side here. Go into our, close that out, sorry. Refresh, make sure the app loads. Go into events inside the app, and you see no data yet. Okay. So what we want to do is hit the refresh button. And what we should see, if we hit refresh on the events, we should start seeing identify events. Boom. There we go, guys. Look, identify came through. I refreshed twice. You can see every time anything changes on the app, we send an identify event. And as you can see, boom, we have it there. Name, Sonny Sangha, ID, and there you go. And as you can see, attributed to company, Sonny Sangha, and user, Sonny Sangha. Perfect. Okay. So this is absolutely awesome. It's working just as I expected it. We're going to deploy this too as well. Yes. It's a full SaaS build today, right? Absolutely full SaaS build. Okay. So in this case, we have our identifier events coming through, which is absolutely great. Everything is working the way we want it. Now we can do the cool part. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and use our custom component that we created. So what we can do is we've got our temporary access token. So the next step is we're going to create a manage plan page. So when we click on manage plan right now, we hit nothing. Now, if we want to create a page for this, what we do is inside of app folder, we create another folder for that page route, which is manage plan. Inside of here, we have a page.tsx. So inside there, we have a page.tsx RFCE. And we call this the manage plan screen. Now, if we hit the refresh button again, we should see manage plan. Well, hey, and you can see this is true because if I type in 1, 2, 3, bam, we have 1, 2, 3 there as well. So what we're going to do inside the manage plan screen is we're going to effectively have a component called schematic component. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create two components. One is going to be a server component, and the other is going to be the schematic embed. Now, the way I can show you this to make things very, very simple is if we go back to the example that they gave us, we'll set up components. You can see here, this is where we done the access token. And then this is what they suggest with React. So in React, typically you can just render this, but we're using Next.js 15. So I want to use the benefit of server components combined with client components. So this is a client component effectively. So what I want to do inside the manage plan screen, I want to render something, a server component called schematic component. So we're going to create a folder here called schematic. I'm going to have two components inside of it. The first one is going to be called schematic component. And this one, we're going to create a new folder called schematic component.tsx, new file, sorry. Here we say RFCE. And this one will simply have a component ID as prop. So component ID as a prop. And here we're going to have the same thing, component ID, which is a string. Now, the first check I want to do, if there is no component ID, we return no, right? Otherwise, what we do is we create a call to our server action. So in this case, we create a call to our get temporary access token. Now you can see, because this is an async await, we need to make our function async. And as it's a server function in Next.js 15, we can do that. So this will give me an access token. Now, if there was no access token, at that point, we should throw an error for the user, right? Or you can have toast notifications or whatever you want, right? So once that's done, then what we're going to do is have render out the actual schematic component that they tell us to use, the schematic embed, okay? But I'm not going to have it here. I'm going to have a second component called schematic embed.tsx. And this one is effectively just going to be a client component. So a client component, we're going to rename the schematic embed as schematic embed component. It's going to take an access token, a component ID, and it's just going to render out this component that they gave us. Okay. So fairly straightforward implementation. Go back over here. And now we can render out our schematic embed, the access token that we're going to get from here. We can import our schematic embed, and the component ID we get from our prop we passed in. So once that's done now, we have a server component, which is our schematic component, fetching the access token on the server, which is secure, then rendering out a client component, passing through the access token, which we server rendered, and the component ID, which we passed through as a prop, and then we render out the client component. Okay. So once that's done now, we can go into our managed plan, and effectively this part is really simple. Because what we do now is all of the logic is managed over there. All we got to do now is pass in the component ID, which we stored inside of our environment variables. So we stored it in a way like this. So in this case, I can import my schematic component, and right here is where we stored it. So this is freaking out because of the component ID. However, we can do two things here. I mean, we're checking for the component ID here, so we can make that optional, to be honest. We check that, or we can make it mandatory and make sure we pass it in. You can handle it at either end. I'm just going to be a bit lazy then, pop it in like so. Okay, now if we do that firstly and hit save, look at that, guys. Oh, already it worked. Look at that. That's absolutely awesome. So you can tell I'm already a free user on the free plan, right? Now I want to add in a bit of styling first before we carry on. So just make things a little bit easier. I'm going to add a manage plan and a P tag. All right, so a P tag, manage plan, manage your subscription, sorry, and so forth. And then a bit of padding to make it a bit breathable. Firstly, I want to make it a container. Container gives it a bit of default padding and a maximum width constraint. So in this case, oh, we don't have the container pop in yet. Oh, interesting. I'm going to say XL max width 5 XL. And I'm going to say padding of 4. Also MX auto to center the thing. And then the final thing is on the medium screen and above, padding of 0. Okay. So just like that now, bit of styling in play. And look at that. Absolutely awesome stuff, guys. So now let's say I want to upgrade my plan. What's up, Siren? He's back in the house. Look at this. So if I want to upgrade my plan now, I can click on change plan. And look, guys, we have all of the access, 50 scans per month, 300 scans per month, AI summaries, as well as the annual plans. Look how incredibly powerful and simple this is. In less than 2 hours, we've got a full SaaS platform essentially set up. That's crazy, right? And now if I want to go ahead and try this out, let's go ahead and say I want to become a starter member. Okay, so I want to click on the next checkout and then add payment options. Now here, what we can do is I just want to double check one thing. Okay, that's fine. Yep, okay. Just to make sure something wasn't going to pop on. Now here for card number, I can simply go ahead and pop in a card number. Now, as this is using Stripe test mode, we can simply do 4242424242. And then the expiry date, we can do as long as it's in the future, that's fine. 123, and that's all good. And now we can do save payment method, and 4242 is a great test card to try things out with. And as you can see, we can click on pay now. And just like that, guys, we are upgrading this user to have the starter level entitlements. So now you can see this user now has scans, 50 of them. They've not used any of them, and we've got their invoice, which is absolutely awesome. Now, if I click on the invoice, just want to double check nothing pops up here, but yep. So now if you pop on the invoice, you guys can see here as well. We even give them invoices. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, right? Can you test something else? Add one feature from the pro plan to start plan and then check whether this reflects on you. It does reflect. You just need to go ahead and refresh most likely, but it will reflect, yes. Right, so this is absolutely nuts. We've already got the powerful elements out. And now we have the fun part. We build with ingest. So you guys can see how this is all kind of tying up together, right? So we have Expensio. Now we basically build with ingest. So think about it. We've got our authentication set up. We've got our database set up. We've got our SaaS payments set up, right? So the users planning and everything else. And you can see I can even downgrade, I can upgrade. It will handle all of the differences and payment amounts. And if I want to switch to yearly, it will handle that too. And you can see it handles all the different, oops, I clicked out of it. And if I want to cancel at any point, I can click cancel and boom, there you go. I can even manage my plan again. So this is absolutely crazy stuff, right? Super, super fast. Schematic is absolutely next level for this kind of stuff. They came along and just solved a problem that everyone was having. Okay, so make sure when you sign up, link in the description to go ahead and get set up. Okay, so in this case now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set up. We're going to go ahead and set up the. Let's do the home page first, and then we can start building things out. Somebody said it's Ramadan. I'm not actually Muslim, so I'm not fasting, in case you're wondering. So in this case, let's go ahead and build out the homepage firstly. So Siren goes, Schematic definitely is an incredible piece of tech. Amazing that we have the ability to use it. It's absolutely awesome, right? Absolutely awesome. So in this case now, we're going to build out the homepage first. Yeah, let's do the homepage first, because then that way we can actually get everything sort of set up, and then we can start building in the features. But before we do that, I want you to set up an ingest account. So what I want you to do is, in the link in the description, I want you to go ahead and head over to ingest. So head over to the ingest, yeah, sign up, right? And as you can see, we have this. You land on, so make sure you go through the link in the description. Okay, link in the description, you hit this screen. Now again, ingest. What is ingest? So I can give you a reminder. It's an agentic, it allows us to build really powerful AI agentic workflows. Okay, so at this point, one second. So it allows us to build some really, really awesome stuff here. So as you can see here, we've got this, our different runs, the amount of tokens that we use, the different steps, different tools, all that amazing stuff is kind of packed in there, right? And as you can see, you can really go ahead and see it integrates with a bunch of different tech companies and different bits of tech and so forth. And it's got tons of different things, including steps, which allow us to, you know, actually separate areas of concern. So we can have different steps. We also have really powerful wrappers that can be used. Again, I'm going to jump into it so you guys can see for yourselves. But one thing I really, really love is stuff that just makes sense. Example, LLMs can often be sometimes like they can be, especially if you use Claude, you'll sometimes get a 529 error where the servers at Claude just get overloaded. And at that point, you're like, the only thing that we really need to do is just retry. So ingest automatically have a retries involved. So all these kind of things are just so awesome to have handled for us. For example, you can see here we have multi-tenant concurrency, orchestration and workflows, batching, debouncing, sleep scheduling, and crons, prioritization, throttle and rate limiting, pause for input events. It's just awesome for what we need to do in so many different ways. And you guys can see clear runs of, say, for example, this failed, it will automatically retry and then it will proceed to the next step. For example, here you can see, look, and we get debugs of traces and so much stuff to the point where we can literally just replay certain steps of an agentic workflow, which is so powerful. It's crazy. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to sign in. So I want you to sign in. So I've already got an account and you can see I've already got one here. But what we're actually going to do is just go into the quick start guide. So I'm actually going to, I want to show you a sign up flow from the get-go. So from the beginning, ideally. So let me open up ingest from scratch. Obviously, you want to go through the link in the description, please. Right, link in the description. Go through that. Let's click on sign up. So in this case, let's do a sign up by Google. I'm going to sign in with the team account. I think that's fresh. I always get confused which one we use. But in this case, I'm going to sign in with my team account right now. Let me go ahead and do that. Yes. Okay. And then ingest is now, oh, yep, there we go. So now we have this create organization. Organization, if you don't have an organization, you simply type in Sonny Sangha. So in this case, Sonny Sangha, whatever you want to do. Slug will pop up. You can give yourself a logo, create organization. Cool. Invite new members. At this point, we're going to click on skip. But Jay, this looks familiar, right? Let me click on skip. And now you can see here we have our awesome quick start guide. Okay, so we have PM, and this is what I want you to pay attention to. This is a very important command. And what we're essentially doing is we're going to run a dev server locally. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and do this right now. So I want you to pay very close attention to what we're about to do. So open Command J, and now in the second, so the first terminal is running our Next.js app and our Convex backend. The second terminal will now be running our ingest CLI, which is our development server. Okay, so dev server. Don't know why I said it like that, but dev server. Now you can see it's searching, and in a moment, this will go ahead and run, and it will run it on our local port. Okay, so now you can see it's running on localhost 8288. And as you can see, look, it's now running. Okay. So if I click on open now, you can see I have my development server up and running. Guys, we have nearly 300 people watching. That's crazy. Make sure you smash that like button if you're enjoying the content. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We are almost at 300,000 subscribers. By the end of today, we will be there. Period. I absolutely know it. Okay. So at this point, we can go ahead and see this. Now you can see also getting started guide. We can go ahead and run that as well. So click on next, to be honest. And now you can see deployment as well. So deploying the app is really, really slick and simple as well. What we can do is we can do this at the end, but I want to eventually show you this part as well. But this is amazingly simple, and we can even synchronize it and do a bunch of stuff. So, but I will come back to that. Right now, we're just going to go into our app and we have this very simple empty flow. Okay. So at this point, there is also some great documentation that I want to show you with ingest. So if we go to ingest documentation, see Next.js, and as you can see here, we've got Next.js app router. We can install it. So we're going to install pm add ingest. We've already ran it. Okay, so in this case, I think I'm gonna go here and we can create an ingest client. Now, in our situation, we're going to do it slightly different, guys. So what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead and create a helper folder. So Command B, Command J to close that, close everything off here. We're going to create a new folder called ingest. Okay. So at the top level, let's go ahead and do, so at the package.json level, create a new folder called ingest. And here I want to create a new file called client.ts. Okay. And what I want you to do here is pop in the following. Now here you can rename this app whatever you want. So we're going to call this YouTube build. Okay. And this creates a new client to send and receive events. Now the next step is we're going to have, let me see. Okay, that's actually pretty much that. That's it. Yeah, so that's pretty good. And then we're going to create an endpoint where we can go ahead and serve our ingest functions from. Now, what do I mean by ingest functions? Well, here we have the client already set up, but you see this route. So they actually show us how to do it completely ourselves. So in this case, we're going to copy this API ingest route.ts, go back into our code, click on the app folder, and we're going to click on new file, and we're going to actually pop that in. So it's going to be /API ingest route.ts, and you can see it created it API ingest inside this folder, inside a route. Then we're going to copy that and we're going to pop this in. Okay. Now we passed the client in, which is already here. So I'm actually using aliases nicely. So we can use the @ symbol to go to root, and then the functions. Now the functions is where we go ahead and create all of the different functions for our app. So this one, well, I'll start to make sense of this as we get on, right? But for now, we're going to just know that the functions get passed in here, and these functions are responsible for these runs that essentially happen over here, okay? So we're going to get into that in just a moment. But firstly, before we do that, one, we just have another win because we've gone ahead and set up ingest, which is great. Again, make sure you're going through all of the links in the description. It helps the channel. It helps me do this for absolutely free and continue to do this for you guys. But right now, let's go ahead and do a lot of UI elements so that we can actually get things working on the front end. Otherwise, we're going to get a bit caught up on logic land and you're going to get a bit stuck. All right, I promise you that. Okay, so in this case, page.tsx. Let's go back here. And now we're going to go ahead and build out the landing page firstly. So let's build the landing page. So I'm going to go ahead and make this very simple. We're going to have a few sections here. We're going to have the first section is going to be the hero. Second section is going to be the features. Then we're going to have pricing. And then we're going to have, not this, we're going to have pricing. And then we're going to have a call to action and a footer section. So just kind of let's just call it an info section and a footer section. Now this part, again, I'm actually not going to spend too much time on. This part is really much presentational. So you can honestly pause the video, copy the code, or all of this will be available in the GitHub repo. But this part is not the core essence of what I want to spend time on in this tutorial. Okay. So here we have the div. It's going to have a flex column in height screen. For the hero, it's going to be a section. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. So ingest functions are actually how we're going to orchestrate the entire workflow. Inside of it, we're going to have AI agents that have tools that can then go ahead and be used. Okay. So we're going to have a section here. Now inside this section, we're going to go ahead and have a div. And this div is going to have a class name container, padding x of 4, padding y. I'm sorry, no, padding on medium screens and above, padding x of 6, and mx auto. And here we're going to have another div inside of it, right? So we're going to have a div, and this one's going to be a flex column. So it's going to be flex column. Sorry guys, flex column. And this is going to have items centrally aligned. Space y of 4. Oh God's sake, I hate it when it does that. What happened there? Yeah, space y of 4, text center. Okay. And then here we're just going to have a div with a bunch of information inside of it. So This is going to be a space where I have 2. It's going to have intelligent receipt tracking with a bit of breakpoints to make the text bigger. Same for the p tag. So as you can see, look, it gets bigger and so forth. Okay. Now outside of that, we're going to have another div. So outside this div, we're going to have another div. We're going to import the next link tags, the UI components, arrow right from Lucid React. This will be a link tag, and we need to import that from Next.js. So all of the above imports are there. And as you can see, we've got our get started, learn more, and so forth. All right. Now the section styling itself, again, you can pause this point, take inspiration, do whatever you want to do to customize it. Simple Tailwind CSS styling. And what we're doing is a gradient that blends in from the top down. Okay. So essentially that's what we have at the top, right? Very, very much straightforward. Now the next step is the, the actual PDF drop zone. So this one is going to be outside here. So this is going to be the PDF drop zone. Yatish, this is different to a tool because Ingest is the platform orchestrating everything. A tool is simply a function that an agent has the ability to call, right? So we have our PDF drop zone. So let's go ahead and say a div with another div inside of it. So we have 3 divs. The first one is going to be essentially and the second one is going to be a bit of styling inside of it as well, and the final one is going to have the drop zone. So I'm just going to say PDF drop zone goes here. Okay, so it's going to say something like this, and this one is going to have padding of 6, a larger screen padding of 8, and then relative. Okay, so essentially that's where the drop zone is going to go. There's going to be like a drop box that can go in, and every time we drop things into it, it's going to upload it to Convex and start handling things out. So before we start implementing that functionality, I want to make sure that we have the rest handled nicely. Okay, so the features, the pricing, this is purely going to be UI now. Okay, so for this part, again, I want you to go ahead and just feel free to copy this or get the code in the GitHub repo. Okay, but this is not going to be an area that I spend a lot of time on. So we have a surrounding div here, and then we have each of the individual features. So the first feature is going to be the following. We're going to have the following, which is powerful features. It's going to be the header essentially, and then we have a div, which is a grid div. All right, this is going to be the following. And then this is going to have each of the different features inside of it. So the first feature looks something like this. Import the icon like so. And as you can see now, we've got the first feature being popped in. Okay. So again, this part, you can feel free to get access to it in the GitHub repo, or just pause the video, copy it out. This really, you can go ahead and there's no nothing special I'm doing here besides literally popping out divs and a bit of styling. Okay, same thing here. We've got a Lucid icon with a search icon. This is the AI analysis part. And the final part is the feature 3, which is going to be this right here. Okay, this is going to be the bar chart icon. Cool. So we have easy uploads, AI analysis, expense insights. So these are just prime examples. Again, I'm going to fluff it up so you can feel free to add any functionality you want inside of it. But the real thing is that this is just going to basically allow you to build out this part very quickly. Okay. So once we have that, we have the section finished. So I'll go outside the section. We have the pricing section next. Okay. So the pricing section, same situation, guys. We're going to go ahead and pop this in. And then I'm going to have the pricing out. So we're going to have a div containing all of our stuff inside of it. So we're going to have a container, and then this is going to have all the pricing start being listed out. So step 1, we have choose the plan that works best for your needs. Okay. So here we're going to have choose the plan that works best for your needs. And then underneath that div, we're going to start listing out all of the tiers. So we're going to have firstly a div containing everything. So it's going to be a div containing it. Again, similar thing, grid columns. And then we're going to start mapping it out. So we have firstly the free tier. Now what I'll do is I'm going to make this bigger. so you guys can see it very nicely, but we have the free tier. Now, first up, I'm going to go ahead and import the following. So what I'll do is I'll make this a bit smaller so you can see everything in one go. So the free tier is from here all the way down to here. And again, you can feel free to pause the video and see what's going on here. But this is just simple stuff. It's divs with p tags inside of them. Some of them are lists and so forth. And all this is doing is essentially showing that. Now, of course, I'm exaggerating what's going on here. This is purely presentational. You can feel free to put whatever you want here based on whatever you provide to your users. Okay, so that you can, rather than saying 0 a month, you could just say free, whatever you want to do. You can even make these individual components and reuse them, which is even better. I recommend you do that. Okay, but again, I don't want to spend time on this stuff because this is not really the value proposition of a build like this, right? Again, down here we have the next tier, which is the starter tier. So I want to actually show you the entire thing. So this is going to be the starter tier over here. Starter tier, div down to here. And you can see for yourself that that is everything inside. All right, so we have the starter tier. And here I'm just saying enhanced data extraction, 30-day history and so forth. Okay. And then we have, then we have the pro tier, which is going to be the most stuff going on. And this one is going to be, one second, from this is going to be the pro tier, which is going to be from here. And you, again, you can feel free to pause the video and show these out. Just check boxes where they get started. And all of these get started just take you to the manage plan screen. Again, this one's just got a popular tag on it. Okay. Now, outside of this section, we have two very basic sections. This one's going to be a presentational section, is more for like UI fancy stuff. But here we've got a section which just looks like something like this. So it'll be like start scanning today, and you can have a button there, contact us, anything like this. And then you have the footer, which is essentially just going to say Expensio. The smart way is going to be just a bit of snazziness to it. Okay. And as you can see, once we've done that, now you can see Expensio, smarter way to track your money. That just pulls it together really nicely, right? So some slick design here. So you can feel free to emulate this as you want, change it up as you want. But I don't want to spend much time on that part. Really, that's not the kind of goal of the build. The build really is to show you the functionality so you can start building amazing apps like this. Okay. So quick little water break and let's carry on. Guys, we have nearly 500 people watching. That is absolutely nuts. Okay, so at this point, what we're gonna do is go to let's go ahead and make the PDF drop zone. Or in fact, what we can do is we're gonna gate this afterwards. So based on if you're signed in or not. So rather than doing this, we could do the My Receipts page, which is gonna show everything in action a lot clearer. So let's create the receipts page first, and then we can just simply reuse the PDF drop zone when we need it, which is going to be a lot easier to actually do. So we're going to create a receipts page. So inside of our app, we're going to create a new page called receipts. And inside of here, we're going to have a page.tsx, and then going to do RFCE. This is going to be the receipts page. Okay. Now over here, we're going to hit refresh, and now we should see a page which says receipts. Cool. All right. So with this open now, we're going to have essentially, this is going to be a very high level layout. I've done this so clean for you guys. Two core components. We're going to have a component called receipt list and PDF drop zone. Okay. And all we're going to do is inside of here, we're going to have a div, and we're going to have two children inside. We're going to have one, which is the PDF drop zone, and one, which is the receipt list. Okay. Now, obviously, we can comment these out for now, but the way that we do this is going to be a grid column, which is effectively just going to render out the stuff that we need. And then here, we're going to have a container with a maximum width constraint. Okay, so let's start off with the PDF drop zone. I think it's going to be the simplest thing to start with, and it's going to allow us to do what we need to do. So what we want to do is effectively, we want to have a Dropbox where we can drag and drop a file in, or we can just click on select file, and then we can select a PDF to go ahead and choose from. So how the hell do we do that? So in this case, we're going to use a special library called PDF Dropzone. But in this case, before we do that, we're going to create a component called PDF Dropzone. So we're going to do PDF Dropzone.tsx RFCE, and we're going to just go ahead and save this. So first up, we're going to just import this so we can actually use it. So let's go ahead and import this like so, and we can go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. So this is a very OG song if you know it, because this was a lot of the Twitch streamers back in the day were on this. Yusuf goes, first time I caught a live session. What's up, dude? So PDF Dropzone. Oh, that's weird. Let's import that again. Like so, components, PDF Dropzone. Interesting. Well, that is actually there. Don't know why that's freaking out. Sometimes this can happen. It's all good. So now let's just go ahead and build it out. That's my TypeScript bugging out. So yeah, we're going to be using DNDKit essentially, right? So head back over to our files and let's go ahead and create DNDKit at DNDKit. So DNDKit, a modern drag and drop toolkit for React. So first up, we're going to install this. So we're going to go ahead and copy that. Go back to our app and we're going to do p npm install DNDKit. Cool. Now you can see here, this is essentially what we're trying to build. Like you can see you've got lots of drag and drop elements inside of it. You can pull it out and so forth. So you can do lots of things here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save you a lot of hassle and just show you all the shortcuts to getting it working the way that we want it. But effectively, feel free to pause, do this yourself on your own kind of, timing and so forth. But right now, I'm just going to show you how we can do it in a custom way. So you can use actually DND context. I don't know why I custom coded this, to be honest, when it's all here. To be honest with you, it was kind of a silly decision, but I want to show you anyway. So this is one way of doing it. You can do draggable, droppable, like send. Oh yeah, I mean you could do it this way as well. But I'll show you how I did it. Okay. So first up, do a bunch of imports. Do a use client because this is going to be a client component. Okay. Drop that down. Now, a couple of things we want to do. First up, this will slowly get populated out as we build this out. So if I do 1, 2, 3, boom, you should see 1, 2, 3. Now, before we carry on, we need something called the DND context. So pull that out as the top level component. And the DND context has something called sensors. So sensors, we need to provide it. And this is going to essentially be the sensors for things like the when you drag and drop over this box. Okay, so what we do is we're going to set up some sensors for drag detection. And the way we do it is we use sensors, inside of it use sensor, and then we use pointer sensor. Okay, so it can be a little bit confusing, but essentially that behind the scenes now has like a listener attached to this. Okay, so while that's happening now, we can tap into other things on the screen. So first up, we're going to have a div, which is going to be surrounding things. So we've got width to 4, max width, auto, and MX. And if I just make this BG red 500, you can start to see if I just put in ABC. Yeah, so you can see that that's kind of our box for now, right? I can get rid of the red in a second. But the real interesting part is we have a div with a bunch of listeners inside of it, okay? And I'm going to do this in the reverse order so it can make a bit of sense. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the div. And you can see here we've got can upload, handle drag over, can upload, handle drop, is dragging over, and all these kind of things, right? So firstly, on drag over, on drag leave, on drop, these are all attributes of a div, okay? Now these things are our own, these are our own situations. So basically we need to go ahead and get all of this working. So firstly, I'm going to create a handle drag over function. So the handle drag over function is a callback. So we use React to do so. We need to import it and we prevent the default behavior, and we simply are just going to set our own piece of state to true. Okay. So we're going to say is dragging, and we need to import this bit of state like so. Okay. So that's the first one, handle drag over. Next up, handle drag leave. Same thing. We simply go ahead and create a listener like so. And then we go ahead and pop in the same things. We say handle, is dragging over leave. So that one's done. Next up, can upload we'll handle in a second, but handle drop. Okay, so handle drop is going to be a callback function. And then at the end of that callback function, we're going to have the following. So for now, I'm just going to say console log dropped like so. Okay, but this will go ahead and have the user and a router associated with it. Now, of course, that means we need to have access to who the user is and a few things like so. So this is not handle upload. This is handle drop. I think it's this handle drop. 1 second. This is not, this one is, no, it's handle drop is so different. Sorry. So we're going to have handle drop and this is going to have a drag event and we're going to prevent the default. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Set is dragging on first. Yes. And this is going to have two things, handle upload and user. But of course, we're going to do those afterwards. Okay. Now, can upload will eventually be determined on if the user is signed in and if the feature that we're trying to use is enabled. Now, this feature is enabled actually gets determined from schematic. So this can be disabled if the user has exceeded their scan quota or if they simply don't have it. For example, if they're on the free tier and they went over the scan quota, yeah, they'll basically go ahead and show that. So it's very, very simple, provided to us from schematic. But for now, what we can do is we can simply mock this by just saying is true. Okay. So now, for example, what I can do is I can open up my Finder and let's just test things out. So I'm going to open up a Finder window and I've got a bunch of files here. So I'm just going to go ahead and pop open my files. And let's say, for example, this. Can you see? So once you have this working, that's a great start. Okay. If we drag it in, you see nothing happens, but great place to be. So that's what you essentially want to have working at this point. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and get things a bit sort of tuned in and get like slowly built out. So the first step is we need the user's details. Boom. We get the user by using the user hook. Okay. Second step is we need a router when we redirect the user around in case they're on the wrong page. So we need to import that from Next navigation. Okay, cool. We have those two things done. The next one is going to be the file input ref, because essentially what we want to do here is when we drag and drop a file onto that Dropbox, we're going to essentially mimic the act of putting it into a input field. So we need something called a reference. Okay, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and have 3 pieces of state. So we're going to have uploaded files. We're going to have is dragging over as well. Oh, so we're going to is dragging over, is uploading, sorry. So we're going to have is uploading and set is uploading. So these are basically the things that we require. The only one afterwards that we are left with is from schematic. And this is the most important one. So this one is going to be the following: use schematic entitlement. And this is amazing, but this is the wrong thing here. So schematic entitlement actually corresponds to, if we go over to GG Mark goes, y'all pay attention to the Papa Fan will enable you to get a job. Ain't no one like the Papa Fan delivering top tier builds step by step, giving out years and years of wisdom and experience. I love that. Jay, go ahead and screenshot that. Thank you so much for such a cool comment. Honestly, GG Mark, I appreciate you, man. That's such a nice thing to say. In this case, boom. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is go to schematic here. And what you want to do is where we have features, we need this one here. So this is the feature flag. This one scans. So we're going to copy that. And the feature flag is this. So the entitlement that we're asking about is actually this one here. So scans. Okay. So what we do is we put scans here. Now, based on if the user has it or not, is feature enabled will be set already. So it's already actually works. So if we go into our app and I open up the console and we actually just pop open, for example, the console, and now obviously clear this out. So here, if I was to type in, for example, console log is feature enabled, you can see true. So the user already actually has access to a scan. So that's perfect. It's working, right? And you can see feature usage and feature allocation. So if we do console log, and let's just type in feature usage, like so, and feature allocation. Now, guys, you can see, look, based on this user subscription, they have feature usage is false. Oh, sorry, not this one. Feature, we can actually get the feature usage. So feature usage as well. And that's what I was trying to go after. And we can even give one more feature usage. See, there you go. Now you can see, look, they have access to it. Feature usage is true, 0 out of 50. Feature usage exceeded, false. So you can use any of these indicators at this point in time to figure out the next flow inside of your code, which is so cool. I can't explain, right? So that is so, so nice. And that is all powered by Schematic. So you can thank those guys for doing some awesome work over there, right? So all of this without a single webhook. Amazing, right? So now let's start to do some of the cool stuff. So what we're going to now do is we're going to go ahead and set up firstly, we need to do the handle drop. Okay. So handle drop is where instead of doing just dropped, we're going to go ahead and do something much more important. We're going to say if there is no user, firstly alert that you have to be logged in. So we're going to have some defensive programming. Then we're going to go ahead and double check to see if the data transfer files are provided, which means if you've gone ahead and passed in a file into the field, right, into the Dropbox, right? And then we're going to trigger a function called handle upload. So firstly, we need to pass in user because user is a dependency, and also handle upload. So handle upload is a dependency as well, which means we need to obviously create handle upload as a function. So handle upload is going to be a callback function. So let's just do it at the top here. So above these, we can say const handle upload. And then let me just pop in. I just don't like sometimes how this is. So in this case, callback function will have some kind of function that runs, and then we'll have, a dependency array. That's how the signature is. The handle upload is going to have two things which are responsible, and two dependencies, user and router, are going to be used here. So user and router, and then of course we do a bunch of stuff. Now the handle upload has an argument, so we actually pass with it files, right? So it's going to be asynchronous arrow function. So this is going to be asynchronous files get passed through file list or file, and this comes from when we drag a file in. So if I was to go ahead and do console log files, we can now test this theory. So not theory, but you know what I mean. So we can go ahead and pop this in. So if I go ahead and open up Finder, for example, and I was to pop in, for example, my a file. So I'm about to drag and drop a file in. Now what we can see is inside the console, we have a file. You see, look, a file, and that's the invoice itself, right? Invoice design, business service, PDF, application PDF, okay? So this actually goes ahead and gets dropped in, and we can log it out. So this is how you're essentially going to debug at this point, right? We're going to have another debugging statement here. So no, defensive programming statement here. So if there's no user, please sign in to upload. So I'm learning a few defensive blocks here. Then we're going to go ahead and basically firstly only filter out the PDF file. So if you drag and dropped anything else, nope, I don't want it. Okay. And if for whatever reason the PDF file length is not 0 or is equal to 0, it's going to say please drop only PDF files. So we're filtering it down to only application PDF files, and then we're going ahead and basically saying if there isn't there, then yep, we don't want to accept it. The next step is we need to set uploading as true. Now you can use transition hook here as well to basically have a start transition and an end transition and so forth. Guys, that's crazy. We have 256 viewers and 256 likes, which means someone's not liking because obviously it's not equal to equal because people joined in afterwards. So make sure you just stop right now, hit the like button, and let's carry on. Okay. So at this point, we're going to do set uploading, and then we're going to have a try catch block here. Okay. So try. There we go. There we go. The likes are flying up. Nice. Yeah. So we have a try catch block. And now if there's any error at any point, I'm going to go ahead and do a simple console error, upload failed. And then we're going to have a finally block where we always set uploading to false after things are finished. Okay. Now what we're going to try and do is in the try catch block is here, we're going to try and upload the file. Okay, not to S3, but we're going to upload files. So we're going to firstly get all of our files into a string format. So we're going to have an empty string array, which is going to determine the new uploaded files. And then for every single file that I've dropped in, because this is going to actually allow us to do several files at once. Yeah, we're going to say for const file of PDF files. Okay, so we're going to map through each one or loop through each one. We're going to create a form data object to use with the server action. So what do I mean by this? We're going to create we're basically emulating a submit, right? So we're making a new form data. We're appending a file, which is the file that we've drag and dropped in. And then we're going to go ahead and call a server action, which is called upload PDF. Okay. Now upload PDF we haven't written yet. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to go ahead and say, if there was an error, we're going to throw an error. We're going to throw an error with the error code, or we're going to upload we're going to show new uploaded files dot push the file name. Okay. And then we set the uploaded files to state. Okay. And then what we're going to do is after, let's say 5 seconds, we're going to clear the uploaded files, right? So that way it will show you just uploaded these files and then it will disappear after 5 seconds. Right. So a nice little UI thing. Okay. So in this essence right now, what we'll do is when we drag and drop a file in here, it will go ahead and do exactly what I want. So we'll go ahead and it will trigger off upload PDF. But obviously we don't have upload PDF happening right now. Okay, now after that, we're going to redirect the user to the receipts page. So for example, if they were on the home page and they drag and dropped it, it would push them to the receipts page. Cool. So we're going to implement upload PDF right now in just a second. And then we will handle the UI aspect of this, right? The drag and drop box. But let's do upload PDF because that's the more critical function to essentially go ahead and build. Okay. And this is where we have Convex, file uploads, all that good stuff. So we're going to create a server action now. So we're going to say upload pdf.ts. And then here we're going to say, this is going to be this. Firstly, it's use server because it's a server action. Then we're going to have a upload PDF function. Now, before we do any of this, we're going to have we're going to step through it. So I'm going to take us through a bit of a journey now. So the first thing is we have the form data. We're going to have the current user. Now you don't actually need to do it this way. I just realized you could just simply pass the file through. It's even easier. You don't need to do this. You could just go ahead and if you really wanted to, just pass the file straight through as a file rather than doing this kind of logic. But I'm going to show you different ways of doing stuff. And I don't really fancy it breaking right now on the live stream. So in this case, we have this down. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get the data from we're going to have a try catch block here. So try catch. If for whatever point there was an error, we're simply going to return the error and a error code. So console log error, return success was false. And we're going to return an error where if it's an error, we show a message. Otherwise, an unknown error occurred. So inside of here, this is where we start doing the upload magic. So number one, we get the file from the form data. And if there was no file, boom, we say you made a mistake. Okay. Oh, sorry. The reason why we're doing form data is we're going to use upload PDF with the input file later on as well. Remember, I told you we're also going to have the button. So we're going to have drag and drop, but we're also going to have an input field that you can click and select a file and upload. That's why we did it. I was thinking in my mind, I was like, why did I do that? Yeah. So now, yeah, so if there's no file present, cool, right? Otherwise, next step is we're going to validate the file type to make sure it's only PDF that you pass through. So lots of defensive programming statements. If it broke at a previous point, it will catch it here and so forth. The next section is we need to get an upload URL from Convex. So this is where Convex starts getting involved. But before we do this, we need to set up our backend. So how do we set up the backend? Well, it's actually fairly simple with Convex. Let's go over to our Convex and where we have schema. So the schema is where we're going to basically set things up. So luckily our schema is fairly simple, right? Our schema is one table. It's not numbers. This was a demo. It's going to be schemas and we define the table like so. Okay. Now we're going to pop in the first couple of things, which is going to be essentially the following: user ID, file name, display name, file ID, uploaded at, size, MIME type, and status. Okay. The second bunch of steps is going to be the extracted data fields. And this is going to essentially be everything else around the extracted data fields. So this is going to be merchant name, address, contact, transaction date, amount, currency, receipt summary, and items. Okay, so these are going to be all the information about a receipt that will get populated. So we hit save now. And the good thing about this is if you go into, you see on the first line here. So firstly, this will start to fail now because I've broken the schema and there is a function in my functions which is trying to access it. So firstly, we don't need the my functions. We can get rid of that. And now what we should see is it's preparing convex functions and it will deploy and backfill. And as you can see now, there we go. And the way you can check that, guys, is if you go into your if you go into your convex dashboard, now you can see we have, if I hit a refresh, we should see receipts. I think we was already there, to be fair. We see receipts. And as you can see, boom, table's empty. But we have an asterisk next to numbers, which means this is not in the schema. We can delete that table, get rid of it. Boom, out. All right, so receipts is part of the schema. So hence why it's popped in now, which is amazing. Perfect. Okay. The next step is we need to create mutations and queries for manipulating the data inside of that database. Now, the way that we typically do this with Convex is we have a file which is corresponding to the table. So in this case, we'll have receipts.ts. Cool. Yeah. And now inside of here, what we're going to do is we're simply going to go and do the following. We're going to have a import the two helper sets of dependencies. So these V and mutation and queries, and then we start generating what we need to generate. So the first helper function is going to be one where we can basically have a upload URL. So the way we upload files inside of Convex is we have to generate a special upload URL and then we post the information to that upload URL. There's like a temporary access token that allows us to do it. So in this case, generate upload URL is a mutation, takes 0 arguments, and the handler basically just returns context.storage generate upload URL. Okay. And this allows the client to then upload a file to the backend. Okay. Now, I think at this point, what we can do here is start to actually get all of this working. I think we should build this entire file out first before we carry on. So in this case, we need to, next up, we need to go ahead and do a store receipt function. So this is when we want to save a receipt. So the way we do this is we're going to have, firstly, the arguments. We're going to pass in a couple of arguments, the user ID, file name, size, and MIME type. And then we have a handler. Now the handler is just going to basically have the following. So there we go. So handler is going to have context and arguments. The arguments are what we pass in to this mutation function when we need it. And the context gives us a bunch of access to the database itself. So here we can go ahead and do things like the database insert into the receipts table, the following and so forth. And because it's type safe, it will make sure that none of this is going ahead and breaking, right? So Serum put a very good comment in the chat. It goes, for those of you who are new to Convex, queries are for finding and fetching from the database. Mutations are for modifying the data. Thank you, Serum. That's exactly correct. Yeah. And this one we can get rid of that. Yeah. Next up, we have get receipts. So get receipts, much more simple query. In this case, we have a query, takes a user ID, and the handler essentially just returns, so it queries the receipts table and it filters it down based on the user ID that we passed in. And this is, we can order it by descending and we can collect. Now you might be wondering, if you connected Convex and Clerk, shouldn't you be able to use the special context.user, privilege that we get with it? The problem is you can do that provided the request is always made from the client, which when we're using server components isn't always the case. Hence why I'm passing user ID as a required argument. Okay, that's why essentially I do that here. Now, the next one is get receipt by ID. So these are all helper functions that we're going to go ahead and use later on. This one takes a ID for receipts, and the handler is going to essentially go ahead and get the receipt information. So in this case, pump the handler in like so. We get the receipt number 1. We verify the user has access to it by basically doing this context.auth.user. And this is how essentially we're checking. This is that integration that we spoke about earlier. But again, this will fail if it's a server component render, because when it's server rendered, it may not know who the user is logged in, right? Otherwise it gets access to the receipt. And then we have get receipt download URL. So whenever you upload a file, in order to download or get a URL that we can actually show on screen, we need to generate something called a download URL. Now, pay attention to this v.id. v.id is basically, this is how we determine the types of files that we're dealing with. But ID of underscore storage is a special one in particular, because what that means is you'll notice inside of here we have a files, and file storage has an underlying type of structure. And the way we set that structure up is we have to use the correct IDs, and the correct IDs are automatically set to a type of underscore storage. So if we want to get an ID for the specific type of file we want to upload, you have to do it in this way. Okay, so just FYI, pay attention to that. Okay, so this is essentially how we get a temporary URL that we can download. Then we need a few more things like updating the status of the receipt if it ever changed. So in this case, once the AI processes it, how do we change it? So in this case, we're going to have update receipt, which is mutation, takes ID and status, and then it simply goes ahead and it checks if the receipt is found or if the user is authenticated, and then it will go ahead and patch. If we pass through all of our defensive programming checks, it will patch the status. Now, do you need all of these? Could be overkill. It depends on how much you want to protect your database, right? And then we're going to have the delete receipt and its file. All right. Brother, you're the best. I appreciate you. So in this case, we got the delete receipt, which is a mutation, takes an ID of the receipt. And then the handler, essentially, again, defensive programming statements in the middle, deletes the file first, and then it deletes the receipt record. Because essentially, when we upload files, we have to upload the file and we save a reference to said file in the row of the database. Okay. One more, which is called update receipt with extracted data. So this one is for the AI agent. So this one is going to be very important. So this one takes a chunk of arguments, which the AI agent is going to do entirely itself. The ID, the file name, merchant name, all these things the AI agent is going to generate. So we don't have to worry about it. And then we've got the handler, which is essentially just going to patch it. So I'll show you what it does here. The handler essentially firstly verifies that the receipt exists, and then it will patch it based on the information the AI agent generates, as well as mark it as processed. So that way it goes ahead and shows that it extracted the data. Now, some of these we don't even use, I don't believe. So I actually got rid of this one. So if we don't use them, you can feel free to clear them out, but I'm just showing you lots of different examples of what we're going to need potentially. But this is the one that is very important. This is where the agent does it. Okay. So quick little water break, and then we're going to carry on. Oh, okay. Let's jump straight through to the Dropzone. So upload PDF is where we were at last time. So upload PDF, where we have validate the file type. So firstly, we need to get the upload URL from Convex. So now we're going back to the upload PDF step. So step one, Convex. You see it says Convex dot, and then it dies essentially, right? So we need to create a helper lib file. So here inside of lib, I'm going to create a Convex file. So this one is going to be called Convex client. So we're going to create a convex client.ts, and we're simply going to go ahead and pull the following. So const convex equals new convex HTTP client, and we have a convex URL that was automatically added in when we set things up. Okay, now whenever we need to access Convex, what we can do is we can import our Convex client like so. Now the good thing about Convex is whenever we're using it, essentially you can see here that no errors are found. We automatically generate a convex underscore generated file, and this gives us access to the API. Now, why is this so damn powerful? Because if I do dot, you see I've got the tables, and then I've got all the functions that we just wrote. So this is awesome. Yeah, so generate upload URL gives us a upload URL, which is awesome. And now once we have the upload URL, we can convert the file to a array buffer. And this is important because when we send the file across, we can't just send a file. We have to convert it to something called an array buffer and then post it across the internet to store it inside of where we need it. So the way we do it is we say, boom, array buffer equals await file.array buffer. And then we go ahead and we do a post request. And the post request is how we upload it to Convex storage. So we say upload response equals await fetch upload URL method post headers content type so forth body, and then we do uint8 array and we pass in the array buffer. Okay. Now once that's done, if anything went wrong, we throw an error, right? We say, whoa, failed to upload for some reason. If it went right, then what we do is we get the storage ID from the response by going ahead, and the upload response will contain something called a storage ID. Once that's done, we can manipulate the database by storing a receipt in it. Okay, so what we do is we say receipt, convex mutation. We already created the store receipt function and we store the receipt inside of it. Okay, then we generate the file URL. So we generate the file URL. So in this case, the file URL, and then this get file download URL, we need to create a helper function for us. So this one is actually going to go ahead and get the file URL for us. Now this one, I did create a helper function. I'm just wondering, why did I create a helper function instead of not doing this inline? Right, so the file download URL is essentially just going to do convex query get download receipt URL. I believe I use this later on as well somewhere else. So I just want to double check. Otherwise, I'm going to refactor it right now. Yeah, I do. I do it inside of. Yeah, I use that separately. Okay, that's why. Oh god, I build these apps so quick sometimes. I'm like, I don't know why I do so. I do. So get file download URL. This is going to be a helper function, and this one is going to be the following. It's going to have this signature get file download URL, which takes a file ID, which is again from ID. This is all from Convex, and then here we have a try catch. So do a try catch. If for whatever reason there's an error, we error out the error. Else in the try, what we're going to do is we're going to simply get the download URL from Convex by using the get receipt download URL, passing the file ID. If we don't have a download URL, we throw an error. Otherwise, we return the success true and the download URL itself. So this is a server action. Then we go back here. Now I can import my helper. So this will generate. So you see why sometimes it can get a bit nested in terms of server actions, because the server action is calling another server action, which means that your authenticated state doesn't always get carried through, right? Now, after we've done that, what we can do is okay, so the next step is where we actually trigger ingest. So here we're going to say trigger ingest agent flow. So this is where we basically trigger our agents to go and do their work and to update the database. But after all of that, so this is basically going to have ... bit of code there. That's a to do essentially. So we can just write to do. Yeah. And then we're going to say return. After it's all said and done, we're going to return success true. And then we're going to have the data, which is going to be the receipt ID and the file name, which is going to be file.name. Okay. And then this one actually was one. Where did we get file URL? Yeah, so file URL we'll use with the ingest flow, okay, in a second. But in this case, this does what we essentially want it to do. So if we go back over here now to so before we were doing this, can upload true to PDF zone. So let's go back to our PDF drop zone and PDF drop zone. And I want to change this now to have the following. So if the user is signed in, we're just going to do a double bang. So basically just turn it to a Boolean. And we're just going to say if is the user signed in and is the feature enabled, will determine whether or not the person can use it. And then let's style the hell out of this thing because it looks ugly right now. Okay. So let's just firstly try this. So let's see if we can upload anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull open Convex dashboard. And now here, what I should do is if I grab a file, so I've got a file right now and I drag and drop it, what we should see now is a file will get uploaded here. Boom, there you go. So it got uploaded, we go into data and a record should be set and boom, there you go guys. File name with the file ID and you can see application PDF and the status is pending. Perfect. So this works amazing, right? There you go. So our file upload works. Now, this is where the real lovely part comes, because this is where we add in ingest and all that cool stuff. So we have AI agents. So you guys have been waiting for this. In the timestamps, you obviously see where we start the AI agent workflow. Jay said to me, he goes, how long do you reckon it'll be? And I said, I reckon 3 hours today. I don't think it will be. I think it'll be a 4-hour build. So Jay was right once again. 4 or 5 hours, I don't know. I underestimate my builds now. Honestly, I get carried away. And I always ask Jay, I'm like, is this enough? And then when I rebuild it, I'm like, damn, yes, it's enough. There's a lot that goes into these builds, as you can see. So we're going to get rid of the background red for now. So that way we've got our Dropbox there. Let's go ahead and start styling out things so it looks a bit more nicer, okay? So first up, underneath everything, so we're going to have if we've exceeded the usage of the entire thing, then we're going to go ahead and pop in the following. So we're going to have an alert like so. So this is if we've exceeded it, it'll pop up with this inside of it, right? The next one, if we've uploaded any files, remember when we upload a single file, then it should show the uploaded files like so. So uploaded files. So let's try that out one time. So I'm going to grab a file, upload it, and then what we should see, once that's uploaded, we should see uploaded files. So wait, yep. And then 5 seconds later, it should disappear. And yep, perfect. Okay, so it's working great. Now what we need to do is the actual inside of the actual drop itself. This is where we go ahead and determine the styling essentially, right? So we have a ternary, which some of you hate, to be honest, but I'm going to show you anyway. We have a ternary here, and this ternary is going to go ahead and do the following. So we have the first condition. If it's uploading, we're going to render out this. So it's going to have uploading. Else, it's going to, else if there is no user signed in, we're going to say sign in to upload. So else, if there's no user signed in, then we're going to have a cloud upload. So import that. And then we're going to have else. It's going to have a drag and drop files to get started section. So in this case, I'm going to pop this in. So as you can see, we have a UI button. This is going to be from Shatian. Trigger file input, handle file input change. We need to create these functions. And then what have I not closed out correctly here? Yep, there we go. So I need to create these two things, handle file input change and trigger file input. So, and bear in mind, file input ref, we're attaching to this input button. Okay. So let's do that right now. So this one is going to be easy. This one, we're going to create a function over here, which is just a callback function, file input ref current click. So it just simulates a click. And then the handle file input change is going to be another callback function, which is the following. So when we drag and drop, or when we click something into it, it will trigger the handle upload function accordingly. Okay. Now feature usage we don't use, so we can get rid of that. And I believe, look at that. Oh, lovely, right? So now if I click on select files, you can see, firstly, it automatically filters out all the PDF stuff because the accept is application PDF or .pdf only. So now I can only see PDF, you know, as eligible options. If I click on this, for example, and now look, uploading. Hey, look at that. And then it'll upload and we should see the output. Boom, there we go. And let's try a Finder example. So now I'm going to drag and drop. So I've got a file. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. Boom. Love it. All right. Now, because we've done that, what we can do is, this is what I love about when things are clean coded, and go back to the page.tsx, the home page. Remember when we said just PDF Dropzone goes here? Simple as this, I can just pop in my PDF Dropzone. And just like that, guys, on the home page now, we have a beautiful PDF Dropzone. And if you're not logged in, wait for it, sign in to upload files. Awesome. So now you can see just like that, super slick, super smooth. Of course, you can upgrade the design as much as you want, but as you can see right now, it pulled in my, Authentication state. And for example, if I'm on this screen and upload, look what will happen. It will upload and then it will take me to the receipt screen. Amazing stuff. Okay. So the next section is we need to show the receipts that have been uploaded. And then we're going to do the ingest flow. So the ingest is coming. I promise it's coming, but it's going to be really well worth it when we get to that point, because that's when the true AI agent magic happens. Plus, we're getting more and more viewers. Like 300 viewers tuned in, ready for the ingest part. So it's really, really a cool thing to get to. All right. So for the receipts page, we're going to have a receipts list. This bit is very easy compared to what we just did. So here, essentially, we're going to create a receipt list component. So in components, we're going to create a new component called receipt list.tsx rfce. And let's go ahead and pop this in like so. Now here, what we do is we need the user and we need a query. So we need the user. Firstly, if we have any hook, it's a use client, it's client component. We need Clerk, we need the API, and we need Convex use query. And we have the receipts, and this is automatically by default it's a movie. I love that. This is by default real time. So Convex is real time, which is awesome. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bunch of sort of corner cases. If there's no user, we're going to render out a please sign in to view your receipts. If there are no receipts, we're going to say loading receipts, because it could be loading. If receipts length is equal to 0 once it has loaded, we're going to say no receipts have been uploaded yet. And then otherwise, we're going to render out the next part, right? But before we do any of that, go into this, pull it in like so. Just like this, we can get rid of this. And as you can see now, when it's loading, that loading receipts, boom. Okay. Now, what we can do here is we can start pulling out the receipts. Now, here what I've done, by the way, is I'm using shadcn. So if we go to shadcn, we're going to install the table. So this beautiful table, I'm going to import this. So copy that, go back over here, pop it in like so. And just like that, now we've imported the table component because we're going to need that. I'm going to import a bunch of table elements to our app. So like so. Okay. And then we're going to have the table itself. So we're going to have, firstly, inside of here, we're going to have a h2 and a div. So let's go ahead and pop this in like so. This is going to be a width 4. There we go. So it's going to say your receipts. There we go. Nice little border on top of this one, this div. And inside of here, this is where we render out the table bot. So now a couple of things. So firstly, let's put the table in like so. And then we have a table header. The table header is going to just have essentially one row with all the table headings in it. So it's going to look the following: name, uploaded size, total, and status. And then we're going to obviously have a map through function for the body. So here we're going to have a table body. Oops. We're going to have a table body like so. And then we're going to map through all of them. So here is the bit where you probably need to pause the video. You're going to have a table row. Okay. Now the table row is going to look something like this. So we're going to have a table row like so. Okay. Now here, that is awful. Why the hell did I do that? That definitely vibe coded. This one here, we're going to not do this. This is ugly as hell. We're going to have a router, const router equals use router. And we're going to next navigation. And here, we're going to change this to not be this, but instead to be router.push receipt ID. Yep. Like so. And that's a one-liner, so we can do an inline piece of code to that. Fine. Okay. There we go. So this will basically go ahead, and if you click it, it will take you to the screen. Yeah, I know. Almost at 300,000. It's crazy. All right. So now we're going to have the individual table cells and so forth. So number one, we have the table cell, which is going to be so let's go and start pulling things in. File text is going to be a. I did not do that. Yeah. We've got the table cell. The next table cell is going to be the receipt file display name or file name. Now, in the beginning, we'll just have the file name. So it's going to be this, but we're going to use AI to actually determine a file display name. So it's going to get very cool when it gets to that step. Then we're going to have things like the date, the size, and the transaction amount. So here, date, size, and transaction amount. Now the size, I'm going to create a little helper function at the bottom. Very, very simple. You can use an external library if you want. It just takes the bytes. If bytes is 0, it returns 0 bytes. Otherwise, it will simply do a little mathematical formula, which will work out if it's bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, or gigabytes. And I'm assuming we're not having terabyte PDFs, so I didn't bother with that. In this case, like you can see, we have a very simple thing there. And then the final one is going to be the receipt status and the chevron right. Okay, so this one, let's pop it in. So underneath, we have the following. So chevron right is going to be essentially just a simple chevron. But here, for this one, we're going to have a span tag. It's just going to simply have the status itself, right? We uppercase the first letter. That's all that's doing. It's fancy jargon for that. If it's pending, it'll be BG yellow. If it's processed, it'll be green. Otherwise, it'll be red. Okay. Now you can see these are all stuck in pending because we do not have any AI logic kicking off for this. Okay. So now, if I was to go ahead and firstly, let's just check if this works. So I'm going to go ahead and pick on a different example for this one. So let's go ahead and do, like, for example, that. It will upload it and you'll see it slide through at the top. So firstly, let's just check this works. Bang, it works. Okay, now we need to do the AI agent flow. So if I click here, you see it takes me to a /receipt ID screen. So the next step is to implement the screen, the AI agent workflow, and all of that awesome stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So we've got and then we're going to do deployment, and then we'll go. All right, but obviously this is where it gets real interesting. So Ingest pops in now. So make sure you destroy that like button because this is where it gets truly phenomenal in terms of what we're about to do with the AI agent workflow. Okay, so now I'm going to have a receipt page. So here we're going to have inside the app, I'm going to have a receipt and then / and a wildcard, which is ID. And inside of there, a page.tsa. And this supports any page which is on here. So we can say receipt. Yeah. And what I'm going to do is for the receipt page, well, it's a very big page. Okay, so we've got a bit of coding to do now. Okay, it's fine. We got this. So, but first, it's going to be a client component. So use client. And this is just going to be following. So if we hit a refresh on that, you can see we're on the receipt page now. So a couple of things to help us out at the bat. We can have the params themselves, which is the wildcard itself, which is the ID. And now you can say receipt and just show the ID that we're on. So in this case, it'll be for this receipt to help us out. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and do a couple of things. So first up, we do not have all of the information that is generated, right? So what I want to potentially do is I'm going to do the UI elements first. And then what we're going to do is show you how it populates everything, because I think that's going to be the most valuable in terms of explaining how all of this works. So what we can do is we can say, okay, so you know what? In fact, rather than doing all this, I want to show you, let's do the AI agent flow because that's way funner. And then we can do the UI element. So what we're going to do is when we upload, you see how it's stuck in pending, right? So when we upload, what we want to be doing is triggering off at this point of upload an ingest agent flow. Now, what is that, right? What is an ingest agent flow? So let's go to our ingest. So in this case, it's the cloud one. This is not the right one. It's actually going to be this one here. Okay. So what happens here is this is going to essentially be running our app. So right now, syncing to YouTube build, it's not detected because we've obviously made a few issues with this. No functions registered with your app. That's fine. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a flow, and this is going to kick off an agentic AI workflow. Okay. I appreciate you, Siren, so much. With the content community that's available, there should be millions of likes and subscribers. You not find anything better than what you get here. Facts. I appreciate you so much. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and inside of ingest, yeah, so this way we got to slowly break it down. I'm trying to explain it the best I can to you guys. So we have ingest, which is our app here. Now, the next step is we actually need to have a function in ingest. So we're gonna call this one agent.ts. Okay, and then we're actually gonna have a folder of agents as well. Okay, so inside of here we're gonna have a folder of agents. One is gonna be the database agent. So in this case, I'm gonna have a database agent.ts, and another is gonna be the receipt scanning agent.ts. These are two separate AI agents, and we have a top level agent. Okay, I love that. So then we have, so once we've got this now, what we're going to do is we're firstly going to create a, let me see how, I'm going to give this the easiest way to you guys. Okay, so first up, we need to create an agent network. Okay, so we're going to have a network here. So I need to import a bunch of things firstly. Well, actually, we'll just do it step by step. Okay, so we've got an agent network. Okay, now an agent network, we have to obviously import this create network call. Now create network comes from ingest AgentKit. So I forgot to actually introduce AgentKit, which is the most important thing that we're going to be doing today, to be honest with you. So AgentKit is incredibly powerful from ingest. And I'm going to give you a breakdown of what it is. So if we go to AgentKit ingest, I'm going to give you a rundown of what this is. So AgentKit allows us, is a TypeScript library to create and orchestrate AI agents. It's super powerful. Do not take it lightly. Honestly, look, we have a router. So essentially this is how it works. Right? We have a router that comes, this is our state, this is our app essentially. We have the router, which essentially we push input into it. The router is the default router is going to determine what agent is called. So we have our different agents, the database agent, the the receipt scanning agent. They each have access to tools, and then of course an agent can talk to each model. And then this agent runs, and it basically populates our data, manipulates everything, does what we want to do, and then it modifies the final state, which is inside of our app. Okay, which is absolutely phenomenal. So this is an example of how you can use it. You can have summarizers, networks, all this kind of good stuff. But in this case, you can see that this is the quick start guide. So we need to install AgentKit into our app. So first up, we need to install it. So install pm install ingest AgentKit. We create an agent. An agent is an entity that has a specific role to answer questions or perform tasks. Okay. And you can also have different models for different agents. So it's very, very important to say that. Okay. So now that that's installed, right, what we're going to have is we're going to call this our agent team. So our agent network is going to be a network of agents. So it's going to be referred to as the Papa Fam agent team, or whatever you want to call it, right? The agents here are going to be essentially an array of different agents. So we're going to have a database and a receipt scanning agent, which obviously I don't have right now. Okay. Then we need to say a default model. So the default model here is going to be Anthropic 3.5 Claude. Okay. So I'm going to say Anthropic 3.5 Claude Sonnet latest. And then here you can see default parameters, max tokens, and a few things you can pass in. Okay. And then we need a special routing function. Now the routing function is very interesting actually. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you briefly how it works, and then we're going to come back around to it. So the router by default is something whereby you see the way it works here is, let's go back to that demonstration here. The router is essentially a LLM, which determines based on the input that we give it to, right? Based on the input that is given at the first request, it will basically say, okay, this is a question that the database agent can handle. This is a question that the receipt agent can handle. So the router is essentially like a gate. So it says, okay, I have a bunch of agents and I have this question, give it to that agent. So that's essentially what we're doing here, okay? So with the default router, essentially what we do here is we're going to go ahead and say, so typically we're going to just use the existing default router, which is this get default routing agent. But I'm going to add in my own custom. So you can do two things here. You can add your own LLM, which is a custom supervisor agent, but I'm not going to get into that too much. What I'm going to do is eventually we're going to have some logic inside of our app whereby the state is going to get manipulated. So remember, all of this flow will happen, and then the router can manipulate the state. So at some point in our flow of agents executing a bunch of stuff, I'm going to change a piece of state called save to database to true. And when I save it to true, that's when I want to terminate. And the way we terminate this loop here is we basically say, if save to database is not undefined, so essentially if it's true, then we terminate by returning undefined. Else, we always ask the default routing agent what to do next. Okay. So at this point, so help me integration keeps pulling data from a different project. So you need to make sure, Liz, you're logged into the correct Stripe and Schematic accounts for each one. Schematic at the moment, if you already have a project set up, you have to either use a separate email until they implement this multiple projects in one email approach, or do my little plus trick where you have like sonny.sangha plus project1@gmail.com. Right, so that's kind of one way of doing it. So we need to create 2 agents now. Now you're probably wondering, what about this? Well, how does it know when what to use? So they'll be automatically checking against certain environment keys, which I'll go ahead and run you through in a second. But here we need to, next up, after we've got the agent network set up, what we're going to do is we have the export const server equals create server. So I need to import this from, it's actually coming from ingest AgentKit server. Okay. And then we have a wicked comment here saying, it's amazing how the SaaS app is coming together. Quick question, can we support JPEG, PNG, and mobile scanner uploads, limited to single receipt upload, and how do we validate them? You can do that. I haven't covered it today, but as long as the LLM can accept those things, then yes, you can do that. And yeah, you can validate based on file type, essentially, before it goes through to the LLM. But provided the LLM can take it, then yes, you can give it. Okay. In this case, I'm using PDF because I'm passing it as document type towards the Claude LLM. Okay. So in this case, we have a server, which we're essentially going to use afterwards. And then we have our function. Now the function is what we essentially call in ingest. Now I've called mine PDF function, but really this is going to be called, let's call it the extract and save PDF. Right. And what we're going to do here is ingest. I'm going to pull it from our ingest client. So you see this one here. And then we're going to create the function itself. So let's give this a name. So let's go ahead and give it a name. So extract PDF and save in database. And then we're going to go ahead and give it the event that we're going to dispatch. Now this events, I'm going to go ahead and create a constants file. So constants.ts. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I actually want to make sure that we always go ahead, and this could be an enum as well, whatever you want to do. But all I'm doing here is essentially, so we could change this to an enum if you really want, change to enum. I'm using Composer to do that, like a little sort of hack there. You can go ahead and do that if you want. Basically now, when we use this, it will always give us this text, right? And the reason being is because when we send this from the client, I always need to match, so not be type weak, essentially, okay? So events.extract data, This is wrong. What the hell? No, that's not that. Events. Yep. So that will always dispatch the correct event. And then next, after that, we want to go ahead and trigger off the actual function. Now, what does this do? Well, essentially, it fires off an event. So this is the ID that we give it. So this will come up inside of our UI, inside of ingest. Then we have the event that we're going to name it as, then the actual event itself. Now, the actual execution of it. Now, this is a real key part, okay? So what we do is you see this agent network, we send it a question. So we run it essentially, right? So what we do is we say const result equals await agent network.run, okay? And what I can do here, guys, is I simply give it input. So here's the really cool part. I'm going to say extract the key data from this PDF, event.data.url. Once the data is extracted, save it to the database using the receipt ID, and I give it a receipt ID. Once the receipt is successfully saved to the database, you can terminate the agent process. start with the supervisor agent. Well, we don't actually have a supervisor agent, but the point is that you can go ahead and create a custom one and use it that way. Okay. So in this case, that is all we pass into the network. And then afterwards, what we do is we return the receipt itself. So why is this freaking out? Yep, there we go. Cool. Right, and then all we do is we return the receipt. But in this case, we don't even care about what it returns. You can just return success. We don't actually do anything with that information. We just need it to run successfully. So let's create our two agents inside of our agent flow. Okay. So first up, the database agent. So this is where it gets really cool. Okay. So let's do our first agent, which is the database agent. So step one, let's create an agent. Okay. So this is a database agent. And we're going to go ahead and pull in create agent. Now we need to give it a name, a description, and a system prompt. Okay, so let's go ahead and do those firstly. So a name, description, responsible for taking key information regarding receipt and saving it to the Convex database. You're a helpful assistant that takes key information, saves it to a Convex database. Cool. Then we have a model. Now, remember I told you can mix models. For cheaper things, you can use GPT-4 GPT-4o mini. For more expensive things or more complicated things, you can Clause 3.5. So here I can say model. And here I'm going to say OpenAI. And we're going to use GPT-4o mini. So this is a really powerful part because you can now start to use different AI models and so forth. Okay. So after that's done, I'm going to give it access to tools. Now, what tools am I going to do? I'm going to give this database agent access to the save to database tool. Okay. Now, what is that? So this is where we need to create a save to database tool. So what we do is because we say const save to database equals create tool. And this create tool, we basically pass this. And this is the essence of an agent, right? So we basically pass the name, description. Now this is where I want you to pay some serious attention because this is where I personally think it's unbelievably cool what can happen now. So all we do is we pass in parameters. We do not write custom logic. We do not have to go ahead and do some craziness. We just write in what we expect the parameters to be. Okay. So I expect this database tool to receive the following parameters. And these are all perfectly matching the Convex database. Okay. So I want to make that very, very clear. So what we have here is our parameters, which is an object. I'm going to go ahead and pop it in right now. So we have parameters. Now you guys can see here. So parameters, and I'm going to pass in a handler just so we can get rid of that massive red block. Yeah. So firstly, is this Z? What is this? Well, we need Zod, right? So I need to do pm I Zod. Zod is a really awesome type checking library that we can use to enforce types. And it's also how we can pass in schemas towards AI agents. So in this case, parameters are going to be the file display name. And notice what I'm doing here. I pass in the type, and then for the things that require specific descriptions, I can describe them. So I can say for the file display name, the readable display name of the receipt to show in the UI. If the file name is not human readable, use this to give it a more readable name. Same here, the ID of the receipt to update. Transaction amount, the total amount, summing all the items of the receipt. Receipt summary, a summary of the receipt, including the merchant name, mention both invoice number and receipt number and so forth. Currency and the items. You notice I'm just giving it shape. I'm not even telling it how to pass this data or anything. I'm just saying I expect it in that shape. And then I say describe an array of the items and include the name, quantity, unit price, and total price of each item. Now, once I have that, what will happen is the LLM is then responsible for populating these based on the previous data that it might have. Okay. And here's the real game changer part. So what we do is we get two arguments that come through. We get the params and we get context. Okay. Params and the context. Now here, what we have is I can get firstly access to all the params. So all these params will be generated by the LLM. Okay. So the next really powerful thing is we can use something called steps. Now steps inside of Ingest are really powerful because it allows us to do the debugging. It also allows us to encapsulate different areas of running. And this will all make sense when we start to run these ourselves. So let's go ahead and do const result equals, so let me just pop in. So we say, oops, const result equals await context.step.run. And all of this is in the documentation. So you can feel free to give it a look if you want to debug it yourself. And we give it a sort of a tag. So this is going to be the tool call. Let's call it the run name. So save receipt to database. And then we have an asynchronous run operation. Okay. And this is essentially where we basically run what we want it to do, right? Now, this is effectively, 1 minute. Let me just double check. Where is this getting ended? So we have, yep, sorry, the handler, the run. Yep, so run is here. And then we have the run function, which will have some interesting logic here. And then after we do the run, what I'm going to do is if the result added to database, so this will return a piece of like information whereby we can check against it. I'm going to say if the result had added to database, you know, a piece of information and it was success, then I'm going to set the network state. Remember the state value that we can basically check against when we have the router call, because every time we run through it, it goes back to the router to determine what happens next. So imagine input comes in, router passes it to a scanning agent calls a tool, goes back to router then goes, okay, I've got the information now, pass it to the database tool executes, runs, comes back. And then every time it runs, it hits this point, we can use information that we can pass to the state at any point. So that's how we can determine flow. So let's save to database true. And we can also set the receipt to receipt ID, right? So now here is, what we do is the async operation. So what I want to do is we have a try catch block here. So a try catch block. And inside the error, if at any point there was an error, I'm going to return added to database failed, an error, and it's going to basically pop through. And notice how this part is where it gets very powerful, because it's an element of fuzziness to it. And what I say by fuzziness is, you'll see what I'm saying, because we don't always have to return specific things, because this effectively goes to, these return blocks go to the LLM afterwards, right? And then the router will determine what to happen based on these return blocks. But here is the part that has to be correct. So now what we do is we call the Convex mutation to update the receipt in the database. So what we do is we're going to, at this point, we're going to go ahead and call Convex, which we have our Convex client, call our API. So we've already got this, and we can import this from Convex. And as you can see now, as we have the receipt ID, so we have the receipt ID, we have all of the information over here, it will basically go ahead, and if we've done it correctly, this will go ahead and update the receipt with the data that the LLM figured out. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we need to track this as a scan event. And we know the track it as a scan event. Okay. In Schematic. So this is going to count. So when we finally save the information, bear in mind, we haven't done the scanning part, but when we save the, thank you, Chariot Smith, when we save the information to the database, that's when it will count as a tracking event. Okay. So here we need to actually go ahead and create a schematic helper function. So inside of our lib, I'm going to create a schematic.ts file whereby we go ahead and we have a client, which is initialized based on the schematic API key, and we disable any cache. And now here, client.track, and remember the scan event, which was here. So go to our features. Every time we use scan, the event is a scan event. So that's why we track it like so. We need to pull this from schematic, and now we track the event when the save occurs. Okay. Then after that, we simply return the rest of the information to the next level. Now, obviously, where this context.step run occurs, inside of it is where we carry out some information, and then we return added to DB. And then you see afterwards, that's when we check against it. Was the result of the run added to DB success. If it was, then we update the state and then we return the result. Okay, so this is the database agent in its full glory. And then what we can do is we can go back and we can pass through the database agent. And then we need to do the same for the receipt scanning agent. Okay, so let's do the receipt scanning agent now. So what we do here is the receipt scanning agent. So this is where it truly gets quite powerful, like the way all of this comes together. So we're going to give it a name, a description, and a system prompt. Now these ones, again, feel free to pause the video. You can check it out yourself. Name is receipt scanning agent. The description is for us. Processes receipts, blah, blah, blah. And the system is the important one. This is where prompt engineering can come into play because the prompt is so important. If the prompt sucks, the output is going to suck. So you're an AI-powered receipt scanning assistant. Your primary role is to accurately extract and structure data relevant information from scanned receipts. Your task involves recognizing and parsing details such as merchant information, transaction details, itemized total amounts, and so forth. All of this stuff, essentially, right? Then we have the model that I'm going to be parsing it with. Now, this is going to be using GPT-4o Mini. So in this case, we're using GPT-4o Mini to do the parsing. And we're giving it a few more tokens because it's going to be essentially maybe a bit bigger because we might have, bigger PDFs being passed through. And then we have the parse PDF tool. Okay. So the parse PDF tool is where we need to create our own tool. So at the top now, we can say create tool, import the create tool function. And this needs to have a name, a description, and the PDF URL. Okay, so the name is parse PDF, description, analyze the given PDF. The parameters is simply a PDF URL. That's all this tool expects to be able to do what it does. And then inside of it is where we have the true clever logic. Okay, so the handler is actually where the sort of magic is going to happen. Now, remember we get the async params and context. Well, here we actually we're going to destructure both. So rather than the first one from the params, we're going to get the PDF's URL, and then from the context, we're going to get the step. Okay, because I need both those things. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run inside of Ingest, they have a lot of helpful, powerful functions, one of which is called step AI, right? So in this case, what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and use step AI, whereby we're basically going to say return, await, step AI, infer, parse PDF. And what we do here is we're essentially wrapping so what this does, which is really powerful, is it wraps an existing call. So for example, it wraps Claude's call it wraps Claude's call, but it gives us all the information in the ingest dashboard, which is so powerful because then we can do all the ingest benefits, but we're basically inferring off of the original call. Okay, so the way that the way that Claude will naturally work. So it's a lot to explain. So yeah, I'm trying to get through it. So we have the first model, which is in this case, we're going to be using, remember, the tool call was using GPT-4o Mini because it's cheap, right? But the actual parsing PDF, it needs to be a bit smarter. So I'm going to use Anthropic here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the body, which is going to essentially have messages inside of it. And these messages are going to be what the most important part, really. So the body is going to have messages inside of it, like so. And right now it's obviously it's messy, something's messed up. Okay, so we have this. Yes, it does. It definitely makes scanning documents so much easier than using standard OCR techniques because this has a lot more of a brain to it, to be honest with you, right? So the first message inside this message flow is going to be the user because we've already set up the system prompt. Okay, so this is going to be a role of user. The content is going to include the following. So it's going to say content, and it's going to be an array. So we're going to say content, which is going to be an array. And inside of here, the first one this is the most important. It's going to be the document itself. And think about it. When we uploaded it, we generated a download URL that we then give to Claude. So Claude has access to the PDF via a downloadable URL so it can scan it. So this is what we're doing here. We're saying, go ahead and here's the document as context. And here's the URL to said PDF document. So you can go ahead and grab the PDF document, read it. And then I'm going to go ahead and give it the a text prompt, which is again going to be essentially like explaining what to do. So here is essentially why I say it's a text prompt where it's extract the data from the receipt and return the structured output as follows: merchant, transaction, items, totals, and so forth. Right. So it's basically giving it some kind of structured output here. So I'm saying you need to give it back the information like this. Right. And this is, you see there's fuzziness here, right? So this is going to take an element of trial and error, making sure you've not screwed up somewhere and so forth. Now, one thing I did not do was I needed to wrap this entire thing. Firstly, make sure your Z's are importing Zod. And then here, I'm going to try and catch the entire thing. So I'm going to go ahead and do the entire block. We're going to have a catch block, whereby afterwards we're going to throw the error if there's a mistake at any point. So this is essentially what we're going to be doing. So this will pass the entire PDF. So now we go back and we can import this. So what we've just done is we've created 2 AI agents. Yeah, and the logic is insane. I know, it's crazy. Yeah. So we've created 2 agents. Each one has tools. One has a save to database tool. One has a pass PDF tool, which is awesome. And now we've got an agent network, which essentially has at the core of it a router agent. So we have the router agent. It has 2 agents, a receipt scanner and a database scanner, a database agent. It will firstly most likely go to the receipt scanner, get the information by using its tool, come back, return the information to the router. The router then says, okay, I got the information now. He asked me to save it. So at this point, probably use the database saving tool, say a database agent. So it goes to database agent, database saves it to database, comes back. The router then goes ahead and says, okay, what next? And then we've modified the state. So remember, our condition will then have this access. Every time it loops through, it goes through this flow. Then at that point, when we save to database, we modified the state. So at that point, it should have said, okay, it's no longer undefined, it's set to something. Boom, terminate. The flow is done. That's pretty damn cool. Yeah, so now we're going to make the whole thing come to life. Okay. So what do you now need to do? You need to set 2 things which are very important to make this whole thing work, which without it will not work. So you need to set a Anthropic key. Okay. Which is going to be API key. So it'll be something like this, ABC. And then we'll have also a OpenAI key. Now the OpenAI key would be, again, your OpenAI key. So at this point, I think it's self-explanatory. You go into the Anthropic Claude settings and you basically get yourself an API key, and same for here for the OpenAPI key. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my keys into it and I'm going to close it. Right. So at this point, obviously I'm not going to show my keys because these are chargeable. So these are keys that I've created and I'm using. So what I'm now doing is I'm copying in my API keys and I'm hitting save and I'm closing it. Okay, so now I've added my environment keys. Okay, you need to do that yourself and go into the Claude dashboard, create an API key, add billing to it. Same thing for OpenAI. Go into OpenAPI and use those keys. And now the key name has to be exactly as I showed you, because those are the ones that Ingest naturally check on. Okay, cool. Now let's see if Ingest picked up. So if we go over to Ingest now, let's see, no functions registered within your app. Let's see what I've done wrong here now. So API ingest. So API ingest. Oh yeah, functions. We don't have a function here. Okay. So remember, we actually created the function here, extract and save PDF, right? So inside of our ingest route, we pass in this now. And now if we go back, oh guys, look, extract PDF and save in database, view functions. Oh, this is cool now. Okay. So what we now do is when we upload the PDF, we can send an event to trigger this function. And remember, the event to send is this one right here. We just have to send this from the client and it will trigger off this workflow. So we send this during the upload PDF. Remember, this was one of our to-dos. Upload PDF. the way we do this now is we basically send the following. So this will be the start of that flow that we spoke about, the start of this. This is the input, right? So what we do is the ingest client we pass in, and for events, we can pass in our enum. Now, the data that we pass in, URL and receipt ID, okay? So if I was to go into, just to show one more time, here, we've got the event data URL, event data receipt ID. URL, receipt ID, event data URL, event data receipt ID. This is how it gets passed through. And that is it. We literally have pretty much done it. You'll be amazed at how powerful this thing is, yeah? So now obviously this is where you're going to debug, most likely. So let's go into our local host and let's do it. Let's see if we do this. So let's go ahead and upload this. And now what we should see, if we implement this correctly and this whole thing works first time out, I will be gobsmacked. Look, oh guys, look, it triggered. It triggered, so we can say queue that. So it's queued it. Let's do runs. Look, it's running. Look, oh, this is sick. Look, it's running, guys. And look, it's passing it right now. And we can check, we'll break it down and have a look at everything afterwards, but it's running it, it's passing it. And look, it went back to the default routing agent with some information. It went to the database agent and it should call the save database tool. So it's trying it, save data, guys, it done it and it modified everything. There we go, guys. Look at that. And look, oh yeah, obviously we haven't rendered it out on the front end, but this is absolutely awesome, yeah? And you guys can see it real time. Let's run through it and let's see ingest in real action. So when we triggered it, look at this, the default routing agent, and you guys can see it. It really is next level of it, Syrian. I know what you mean. Look, if we look at this, we can click on the input and output. So let's see the input that got generated. Look, extract the key data from this PDF. Remember that Bosch step, Convex Cloud. Once the data is extracted, save it to the database using the receipt ID. There you go. Yeah. And then this is you are the orchestrator between a group of agents. This is the default router, right? And it has a tool called select agent. This is like basically says you have the following agents available. Database agent responsible for taking key information. And all of this was populated based on what we gave it earlier, right? And now think about it. What it did was it selected an agent. So the output here was it selected the receipt scanning agent. Okay, so then it calls the receipt scanning agent and we see the input is this. Okay, so it gives in the following information. And look, the parameters, PDF, URL, gives the exact information and so forth. Okay. And you can see extract the key data from this PDF. Yeah. Once it's done that, it calls. So the receipt scanning agent says, okay, I got this input. I need to call parse PDF. So it gives parse PDF. It gives the following and the output for parse PDF. We don't actually have an output because it returns the output of this to the default routing agent. So if you actually inspect all of this, it says, look, where it called it. So this is essentially how AI agents work. They have a state of messages which is tracked. And you can see, look, once it said, this was the first couple of messages, then it made a call to use parse PDF. And then it says, here's the structured data extracted, merchant, name, address, and so forth. It had the bank details, look, account number, transaction date, receipt number, payment methods, a bunch of information. See? And then it will figure out what next. What do I do next? And at that point, remember, the original question was save it to a database. So it went to the database agent and says, and it would have said here, you need to save the information. Then the save data receipt to database was passed. The output was this, like added to database, receipt ID, file display name. And this is, remember, the file display name, which is the user-friendly name. And then it gave you a summary, currency, the items, and it even itemized it, guys, just to give you an insight as to how cool that is. Yeah, this was the one that we just gave it. I gave it this invoice and it went ahead and done the entire flow. Let's go ahead and give another one. Let's give this one. Okay, so fried chicken, fried rice, short rib steak. Let's go ahead and do that. And as you see, I'll upload it. And I want you to pay attention. It triggers another run. And what I want to show you here is, because this is all real time with Convex, which is absolutely awesome. So look at this now. So while that's running in the background, we should see, look, pay attention to this. In a second, you'll see some data just populate in the top. And I'm so confident that I'm going to wait here and watch it. So Wait for it. The agent will kick off and it will populate some information inside there in just a moment. Boom. Look at that, guys. I did nothing and it just went ahead and populated that. That is an AI agent figuring that out. Okay. Look at the items itemized perfectly for us. Fried chicken, fried rice. Can you guys understand like how cool that is? That is so slick. And at any moment I can rerun. I can go ahead and rerun this. So if I click rerun, you see I can trigger it, I can debug it, I can cancel. I can truly investigate and see how much was this, like how much did it cost? You know, how much was the effect of all of this? All of the kind of details. You can truly see everything in its pure glory. It's just awesome, right? And you can even invoke it with your own custom data if you want to debug at that level. For me, this is just like unreal. This is truly like game changer stuff. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, my microphone sounded like one side for a second. So yeah, this is like crazy cool to me. And you guys can see here, look, we've got the queued and I canceled one. Absolutely awesome stuff. Like, you have really nice breakdowns. You could use it for food recipes. You could use it for anything, guys. And every time it did it, remember what I told you? It's going to tack down my plan. So we should have 2 or maybe more used. Let's click on manage plan. Did it attribute against? Guys, boom. This is a full SaaS. It's a full SaaS. That is absolutely awesome, right? And then basically we're going to limit the user here because if we ran out for any reason, this would become true. It will become user does not longer have access to the hook called flip, and this would not be accessible, right? So you could, do you guys see what I'm saying about why I'm so excited about this kind of stuff? Because my aim with these builds is to give you all of the tools. I gave you the authentication. I gave you the AI agent recipe with ingest, and I gave you the SaaS provider with Schematic to build every part of your SaaS. So you now can go and build whatever you want. So you guys should be feeling super excited right now because I know I am. When I was building this, I was like, the possibilities right now are truly limitless. Like you could build some crazy cool stuff with this. And then the debugging is phenomenal. Like you can think about it. If you had to do this entire agentic flow, think about what you would have to do. You'd have to do the supervisor agent yourself, all these other steps yourself, all that kind of middle ground yourself, everything yourself. So what we're now going to do is we're going to handle the front end for this portion. So you can see the receipt and everything that's been scanned out of it. We're going to gate, which is going to be super easy as well, because right now we should not be seeing the AI summary and until we upgrade. And then after that, we're going to deploy and then we're golden. But absolutely incredible build so far. Let me know in the comments if you're enjoying it and smash the like button, because for me, it's just like, it's next level. When I started playing with this stuff, I was truly like, this is power. Like this is some serious levels, like stuff that I'm just excited for everyone to learn about, because if you can see the potential like I can, it's truly like, it's amazing what we can do with this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and build this out. So this one is a lot more presentational now, because think about it. All the data is already in Convex. So this part is actually fairly straightforward. Okay, so what we're going to do is firstly, we're actually going to do a little trick here to pass the receipt ID in the correct format. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a receipt ID piece of state. And then all we're going to do is when it immediately mounts, I'm just going to set the URL in a use effect to be, because we need the router as well. So this is a little use effect which basically converts the URL string ID to a convex ID. It just basically forces it into the right shape. And then it will push you to the home page if it's a wrong receipt. Yeah, because that makes sense, because the receipt ID is, so if you just went to like /123, for example, this would be wrong. So if I went to like ABC 123, it would be, this is actually an incorrect receipt ID. So once that's all set up properly, it will actually throw me away. Okay, but in the meantime, what we're gonna do is we're gonna fetch the receipt details by doing the following. So use query, and this is the beautiful thing about it. It's so simple. Once we've got everything written and built, it's very, very simple to actually get updated and working. So in this case, this will have all the receipt information now, right? Then we're going to get the file download URL. So underneath this, we're going to get a file download URL, which is basically going to be the get receipt download URL. And this will allow us to be able to download it. We're going to handle some buttons and everything afterwards. That's fine. Now down here, we're going to say if there is no receipt, or if it's undefined, we're going to show an undefined. If the receipt is no, so while it's loading, this is going to be while it's loading. This is essentially a loader, so loading state. And then here we have if there is no receipt, it looks like, oops, something went wrong. But now you can see it's while it's loading, it'll pop in once it's ready. And then we're going to format the upload date, and we're going to have a little bit of a conditional check here. Upload date is just going to be the date. Has extracted data will be if any of these are present. We're just going to assume it's extracted. Very high level abstraction there, but you can feel free to make it more robust if you want. And then here we're going to go ahead and start doing this out correctly. So very much enjoying it. Thank you. Amazing stuff, Liz. All right. So now we're going to have inside of here a div like so. And I'm going to have firstly at the top a nav, and this is going to say back to receipts. So this one will say back to receipts. You see like back to receipts. There you go. Very nice. And then beneath that, we're going to start having the layout for the entire, all the information about the receipt basically. So we're going to have a padding of 6 here. Okay. What have I screwed something up here? Yeah, there we go. Padding of 6. And then we got the chunks in. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop them in, and I'm just going to basically pause so you can take your time to see it yourself. Look, we have the div here. This main div is responsible for the file name, the receipt status, and then just, and rendering it out. Very simple. If we go back here, no different for this. You see, just takes us through like so. And then this bit is very much presentational logic. So then we have a grid column where we're going to have quite a few things involved in here, to be fair. So the first one is going to be for the information for the file. The next one is going to be for the download. So the first bit is going to be for this one's going to be for the actual information. So in this case, a format file size, again, little helper function at the bottom. I'm going to pop in, I'm going to have 2 helper functions, one for formatting currency as well. File size, same one we did previously. Feel free to refactor this, okay? Format currency as well. But you can see here, as soon as I hit save here, this is the first div, right? And again, it's just laying out information. So you can really feel free to take your time with this bit. Do it yourself. The download part here is underneath, which is going to be for the file information we've already output. Then I'm going to have the next bit, which is the download, which is going to be this, the PDF preview. So you can see here. Now this one will just take us to the download URL. So if we click it, it just opens up the PDF itself. So you see, that's the actual PDF itself. Okay. And then we have the surrounding div. And then next up, we check if we've extracted data, this entire chunk, the next entire chunk that I'm going to put in here is going to come out. So this is going to be quite a big section, to be honest. This is going to be extracted data section. I'm just going to say end of extracted data section. So this helps me out a little bit. And what we're going to say here is if extracted data, then we're going to render some stuff out. Okay. And we're firstly going to start off with a div. And again, all of this code is in the proper GitHub repo. So you can feel free to do that, or you can just pause the video and kind of code along. We've got the receipt details here. So you can see now it's starting to pop in. I'm going to have a div. This div is going to be, again, a grid with quite a lot of information inside, to be honest. So this one, firstly, is going to have merchant information, the merchant details. And then it's going to have transaction details. But firstly, the merchant details are going to be the following. So the merchant details are going to be these. You guys can see here, merchant details, a bunch of information. Oops. Transaction details are going to come in next. And then we're going to have the receipt summary. The receipt summary. So transaction details are going to be here. Yep. And to be honest, after this, we're going to put the receipt summary outside here. So that's going to be another section in its own. So as you can see here, that it starts pulling out the information. Now for receipt summary, we're going to see, firstly, is the summary enabled or not? All right. So if it's not enabled, we're going to pop in a sort of locked view. Otherwise, we're going to show the receipt summary. So I'll show you this now. So pop this in. And now this is where we're going to have to do a bunch of stuff. So firstly, import a bunch of icons, light bulb, lock. Same. Yeah. So this one basically, and then is summary enabled? This is going to be a simple check that we're essentially going to check against for inside a schematic. So oops. And remember what we did with schematic. So inside of schematic, we would have had summaries as a feature with a flag on it. So the flag was summary. So here, this will be summary. We're just checking, is summaries enabled for this user? We go down, and now this will be true or false. So I believe it's locked for this user. So you see, AI summary is a pro level feature, right? Now, as you can see, firstly, that's just mind blowing how cool how easy that was to implement. And also here, if I just show you, I'm going to, again, so you can see this is the first half of the ternary. So you can pause the video, copy this out. The second half of the ternary is there to there. So essentially this is the screen. So we've got all of this information right here. And again, you can feel free to copy that out as you wish, but I'm going to show you now, just before we carry on with the rest of the details, upgrade to unlock. So if I click this, it'll take me to manage plan. Now when I manage plan, I'm going to upgrade my plan, right? So in this case, I'm going to change plan to choose to say a pro, and a pro has AI summary. So let's go ahead and upgrade. Firstly, just phenomenal, like how easy Schematic have made this. It's crazy. So now, for example, I upgrade. I go ahead and I click on my receipts. So let's go to my receipts. And you can see right now, if I go into fried on fries, now look at that, guys. I have it now. So nice. So nice. And obviously, I mean, the demo, the AI summary, it's a basic summary here, but the point of it is you know how to gate based on these things. So I'm teaching you how to, the architecture to go ahead and do whatever you want to do at whatever level and complexity. But this is damn powerful. Okay. And I'll show you all of this, how it streams in afterwards. So like how it kind of works itself. So let's finish off with the, this part first, and then we can carry on. So we've got the PDF preview, we got the extracted there, we got this summary. And then after the summary, we have the items section, so itemized section. So this is actually going to be each of the individual items. So think about it. If you give a receipt like this, we're actually extracting the individual items and storing in a database. That just shows you how cool this really is, right? So in this case, we've got the item section. And now let's go ahead and pop it in. So this will be the similar approach here. So we're looping through receipt items here. So firstly, I need to import a bunch of stuff for the table components. So down here now. So I imported a bunch of the table dependencies, and as you can see, I have not closed things off correctly. So okay. So you can see, look, we have the fried chicken and all that kind of stuff there. So receipt items themselves, the table with the header rows, table body, I map through all of the receipt items, and then we simply have a footer which summarizes in a reduce function the total price of each of the items down, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So we have that down. And then after this, we're going to have a actions build. Okay. So after this, we're going to have a div, and inside of this div, we're going to have so this is the final piece, and then I'm going to start implementing it. So here, this is going to be for actions section. Okay. And then here is what I put in it. So, and the reason why I'm doing this is because honestly, you can pause the video and copy this. So I want to show you more what we're trying to do without getting into like 6-hour territory. So here, actions, we're going to have an actions section, which is going to have a, like a download PDF button or a delete receipt button. Now, of course, we've got all of these things to account for now. So is loading download, handle download, and these things. So let's go ahead and build these out first as well. So we need to have a is deleting or is loading that. And to be honest, you could have used transitions here as well. So I'm not saying that you can't, you can feel free to use those as well. But let's start implementing some of them. So handle download is one of the functions that we need to code. So let's do it let's do it at top here, it's fine. No, we need to have it on beneath these. So here. Thank you, Siren. Appreciate you, man. So in this case, we've got a handle download function. So here, firstly, if there's no receipt or file ID, we're going to return no. We're going to have a try catch block. Try catch with a finally, where we're going to set is loading to download false. At the top, we're going to set it to true. So we're basically going to have a nice little loading state. Then we're going to have a handy call to our previous function that we built, which was get file download URL. And we can call server actions from client components. Okay. Next up, we create a temporary link and trigger the download. Okay. So there's many ways you can do this, to be honest. But basically what we're doing here is we're essentially just creating a dummy element, and then we just trigger it in the thing, simulating a click. You can do this a million ways. You can hide an element, have a ref to it, simulate a click, whatever you want to do. This is one way of doing it. Okay. Otherwise, if there's an issue, we can simply pop out an error. Okay. Now, after that, we can do a handle delete, which is going to be a server action call as well. We're going to say here, handle delete receipt. Now here, we're going to do the same thing, defensive programming. But this time we're going to say, are you sure you want to delete it? And we're going to encapsulate this inside of a window.confirm. So here, are you sure you want to delete the receipt? This action cannot be undone. Okay. We're going to say try catch block, and so here what we can do is we're going to say set deleting, and we're going to run a push if anything goes right. So there we go, delete receipt. So that's wrong. We need to create an action for this, which I haven't created yet, which we will create. Now set deleting, once it's deleted anyway, so we're going to be moved. So you don't need to have a finally block, to be honest. But this delete receipt we need to build. Right, so delete receipt is going to be a server action, which triggers our mutation because we can't call convex functions from a client component. So we need to create a new file, delete receipt.ts. And this one will essentially be the following. It'll be a server action. And what we're doing is we have a try catch block. If there's an error at any point, we return success, false, and a bunch of things around it. The reason why I'm showing you this way as well is because you can then do toast notifications if you want with that. Otherwise, what we do is we simply do a call to our delete receipt function. And this is the nice thing about it. When we've done it this way, it would scream at us if there was an error. So you can be safely assuring that, yes, that works. And now you can see from actions. There you go. Now, guys, let's test it out because download PDF, you can see, boom, downloads it. Mine by default opens. But if I delete, boom, okay, it's deleting it. Failed to delete the receipt. Okay. not authenticated. Ah, yes. So that's because we actually did not. That's because we are, yeah, I tried to do something else. So receipts, this is a server action is calling it. So this is why it's not authenticated here. So you could do a couple of things, but for now, I'm going to remove our check here, to be honest. Let's just remove this for now. You wouldn't be seeing the receipt in the first place if you weren't authenticated. So we're fine to do this. And now, if you really want to check that way, you could just check at the moment you call it. So if we do this now, delete, boom. You see how it took us back to our homepage. You can make it go to, not a homepage, you could make it go back to the receipts page as well. So that way you don't fly back here. But we're going to get started now. Say I want to delete this invoice, delete receipt, boom. And now it'll take me back to the receipts. Cool. And these are obviously going to be stuck in pending because we never triggered them. So you could clear out your database to get rid of those. So right now, to be honest, what we could do is to make this a bit cleaner, we could just go ahead and get rid of these. You'd also have to delete the corresponding files associated with them. So you can delete these files. And now we have a fresh slate where we can go ahead and say, no, none have been uploaded yet. Boom. It's uploading the receipt. It will go ahead and trigger off our agent flow. We can click and you see that nice UI, perfect. And look, it's pending. Woo. And now, once it pops in, because it's all real time, bam, the information will fly in down below. And we have it in a moment, fly in. So it's probably just passing it away. So yep, there you go, guys. Boom. I did nothing there. And also notice how this changes. So I want to show you that actually. You see how by default in the beginning, if I do one of these, for example, down here, let me just double check. Okay, yeah, I can do that one. So if I click on this receipt, in the beginning, notice how the title is the file name. Okay, when I click it now, notice how that will change as well as everything else. So obviously this is all triggering off, flow in the background. So I'm just going to show you right now. This is triggering off a ingest flow. So you see it's running. Oh, and you see how sometimes even if it has a failure, it will actually trigger a retry attempt itself. So in a moment, this will trigger some kind of retry event. So we try to hide this bit. See, look, you see this? This is so cool to show you because you see what's happening here? It's triggering its own retry attempt, which is absolutely amazing. So in this case, I have a feeling that I've ran out of credit. 529. Okay. So this is something you may run into. This is when Claude gets overloaded, to be honest. And it happens quite frequently, to be honest with you, which is kind of wild. But in this case, just to showcase an overloaded error. So in this instance, you could change the model, you could do a bunch of things, but we don't have control over that, to be honest. That's actually on Claude's side. So just FYI, in case you're wondering, that's what happens there. But overall, the next step now is to deploy. Okay, so this now will just be in a retry loop. And you can obviously set a max number of retry attempts as well. So you can also do that. You can set max number of iterations. Loads of safeguards could be put in play. But right now I'm more focused on, you see like attempt number 3, it tries to, oh look guys, come on, that is pretty cool. So I did nothing here, but you see how when the server was overloaded, it basically waited, and then boom. No, but you see Yatish, I didn't even have to do any checks. So this is the benefit of using ingest because the retry flow went and did it itself. And then look, it got past the error. That's amazing. That is something which I didn't have to code for. I didn't have to check it. The retry attempts eventually got through on the 529 and then bam, flew through the flow. That is awesome. So that was actually a really good demonstration of ingest, to be honest. Guys, I can't believe the viewership. Wow, that is crazy. Like we're at 300 people now. What? Guys, if you're watching this and you love this content, then just smash that like button is all I ask. And hit the subscribe button. That's all I ask of you. Thank you so much. But let's go ahead and deploy right now. Jay, I can't believe the viewership. Wow, crazy. As in like the amount of like, it always blows my mind. There's more viewers at the end of the stream. It's nuts. You guys really enjoy seeing this, but look, that's Agentic workflow right now. So now how do we deploy this thing? That's the main question, right? So first up, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and we need to do two things now. So first up, I'm going to trigger a deployment to Vercel, and then I'm going to set up my Vercel, and then we're going to move through it step by step on that approach. So what you want to do is install the Vercel CLI. I've already done this, so I don't need to do that. So in this case, Vercel, and you can see it says set up and deploy. If you're not logged in, it will ask you to log in. So in this case, I'm just going to click yes. Sonny Sangha's projects, yep. Existing project, no. All the defaults are absolutely fine. You just hit enter, enter, enter. This will fail, by the way. So this will definitely fail in the beginning. And what you want to do is you want to click on inspect, because we do not have the environment variable set up correctly. Okay. So what you want to do now is go into your I'm not going to do it yet. So go over here, go to your settings, environment variables, and here. So two things I recommend. In your functions tab, change your default function duration to 60. Okay. And then go to your environment variables, and you need to paste in your environment variables here. So I'm not going to go over how to change production environments. I do that inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero over at papareact.com/course, which is my flagship course, Zero to Full Stack Hero. You can feel free to join in. But in this case, well, I just want to go through the a deployment example to make things very simple. So you go to your environment file. I'm not going to show mine because I've got keys in there for AI. And then what you do is you Command A, Command C. So at this point, what you can do is, I'm gonna try one thing actually. So yeah, lucky I didn't do that. So what I'm gonna do is here, for example. So if I go into my environment file, Command A, Command C, and I close it, and then you see now. And then what I do is I go ahead and I'm gonna paste it in here. So what I do is I paste it in. And as you can see, all of that, I go down and I hit save. And as you can see now, it's gone ahead and it's added it in. So the next step you want to do is you see integrations. We need to go ahead and integrate into ingest. So you can do it here or you can do it over ingest. What I recommend you do is at ingest.com. Go ahead and sign in. We've already signed in. So yep, already signed in. And we've got PubFam, or this is actually a separate account. Did I start? Lose track of what account somebody signed into. Okay, so what you want to do is click on integrations and you want to click on Vercel. I've already hooked up Vercel, but if we click on manage, you want to connect it here. So this is one place we're going to connect it to. And then in this case, click on, this will say like connect. And I've already done that so far. But in this case, I want to click on connect here, select team. Sonny Sangha's project is already installed. So if I just click on create, it will pop up with the project and I need to connect that project. So I've got a million projects. So what did we even call it? So of course it will fail. That's fine. We called it receipt tracker. So, oh my God. You guys can see how much I code receipt tracker YouTube build. So this one here, ticket, go back. And then now you can see ingest successfully installed on Vercel. Continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. Awesome stuff. Window will close. Okay. And now this integration, if we go to that project, so receipt tracker, go to settings, integrations, here, we have the connection done. Okay. Now, you need to make sure it's set up here and you need to make sure it's set up at ingest. And now when we do a production deployment, so that would have failed correctly because yes, we did not have the environment variable set up. But now if I do a Vercel prod, you don't have to do a Vercel prod. You can just do a Vercel and even the previews will work. But in this case, Vercel prod. And we check in the deployments tab, we should see a deployment. Okay. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention to, if you go to environment variables, we also have now, we should have two. Yep, here we are. Look, ingest signing key, event key, both for production and preview. This means that when you deploy, it will automatically deploy ingest, so this development server, to the ingest backend as well. So if we go, and remember, and also just for anyone who's wondering, yes, you can self-host ingest as well in case you want to. Yeah. So what I do is I go to my ingest cloud, and what we will see very shortly is hopefully once it deploys, another app will show up here, right? If I've connected everything correctly. So this, if it gets past the build step, which I'm assuming there'll be something I have missed here, to be honest. There'll probably be some small error that I've messed up on. Oh, maybe not. So let's see. Oh, it did it. Yeah, look at that. Okay. And then let's see over on this side. If I click on visit, well, that's a preview URL. Let's see like a public. Boom. Let's do this one. And now let's see what's going on. I can see that that's my other app. I don't know if I've logged into a different account. Ugh, that's why I get confused. Okay, but either way, let's just check. So I log in. Let's do this. Let's do a, can I say Sangha? Let's log in. It should have my previous receipts. You can see, okay, firstly, Clerk works, amazing. My plan is being pulled, which I should be a pro. Yep. My receipts, I should have some previous receipts. Yep. I can select a file. Let's go ahead and do a mock-up food one, for example. And now we will see if it's stuck in pending. Well, obviously, then this is where it's not been deployed on the back end for ingest. So let's see. And the reason why we can tell is because you see, I just ran it, right? If I go to runs, you see how it's not running here? What it should be doing is it should be running on our production ingest cloud, which should be here. So inside of ingest cloud, we should see runs here now. Oh, it is there. It is there, yeah. Okay, so maybe oh yeah, okay. There you go, boom. Wait 1 second. Let's see if it, is it this one? It's at the database agent step. And it hasn't yet hit the next thing. So I don't know. When did this run? Oh, in 1803. Yeah, this was the right one. So okay, that one's caught there. Let's try again. I'm curious if this is the right. Let's do refresh runs. Yeah, no, I don't know if that's the. Oh, okay. So it is connected. So now on App Ingest is running. So that one's just hanging at the database for some reason, which is interesting. Oh no, I know what it is. Okay. So what will happen is you need to disable your branch protection. Crazy. Wow. I would have almost forgot that one was the thing. So you go into Vercel. Let's go into our projects, for example. Yeah. So right now, what will happen is you can get past this in another way, but what you need to do is you need to go to your receipt tracker build, go to settings, go to deployment protection, and you need to disable this. Because what will happen here is, especially for preview links, it will get blocked. Your endpoint will get blocked. And this is on production, but that shouldn't be an issue, to be fair. I don't know. Let's have a look. Not that one. That's localhost. So firstly, it's running in the cloud, which is correct. So that's a good sign. Let's do a little debugging, live debugging, guys. Always the fun thing to do. Okay, that one's got stuck in a loop. So what you can do to prevent this happening is actually have max iteration calls. So what I'm going to do is, obviously I haven't got a safeguard here, so it can run indefinitely. But what you can do is you can obviously have a safeguard. So if I cancel this one now, this is why it's important you debug your functions. So what was gone wrong here? So right now it's failed, server error, receipt not found, handler receipts. Okay, so receipt was never found. So that was the true error here. Receipt not found. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. So let's try one more time and let's double check in a couple of. So firstly, it's definitely getting pushed there. I'm trying to think what this could happen from. So let's go ahead and do this again. Uploaded files, refresh. Let's see. Did it trigger a function? Yep. So it triggers. You see, yesterday I was doing it and it was working. So let's see. So pass PDF. This probably got a 529. This is likely failing. Yep. So unsuccessful status 500. Internal server error. Interesting. Okay, so at this point now we debug with Vercel. So what you do is you go to Vercel. I mean, this is probably the most useful part for a lot of you anyway. So let's go here. So now we have to debug what's going on over there. So you want to go to here, deployments, production, logs. And then we can see here. So unless well, firstly, this one's not refreshing live, so I can't see that. So it got passed, but on the save database, it just can't find the receipt. But that's likely actually because it's never actually passing the correct detail. So I remember this happened to me before. So look, extract the details here. Receipt ID is correct. The passing details is failing though. So here's a structured data, merchant name, address, no contact. So it did extract the data, the database agent, and that's where it was failing. So save receipt to database is failing because receipt not found. So this is not getting the correct data sent over to it. So let's refresh. Yeah, so here is where you want to put a safeguard in for essentially how many times you're going to retry. So, okay. This is where it's frustrating to have one screen. Okay, so let's do it. So Vercel projects, let's go ahead and debug it. So it's failing at the save receipt to database. And this is failing in receipts TypeScript 184. So this is where it updates the receipt with the extracted information. So what you can do here to truly log this out is do a console log. I also want to test this locally. I wonder if this is happening on my local as well. So firstly is make sure that's stopped. Yeah. So let's just double check now to make sure that this is not a local bug. So this is running locally now. Pass PDF. Yep. Interesting. Okay, so it is working on my local, which means I've just screwed something up on my main. But what's also very strange is that my main is not set up like this, but it thinks it is. So this is very strange for me because the my client should be YouTube Build, not my app. So I'm not sure why it's coming up like that inside of. It's as if it's trying to access my old build here. So this is the strange part because, no, sorry, not here. I hate having this many screens and this stuff open. So Inngest Cloud, yeah, here. So apps here. So if I archive the previous app and I synchronize a new app, synchronize with Vercel, go to Vercel configuration, ingest here. So it was actually receipt tracker. Let's disable the old one. Yeah, so I'm going to disable this one because I have a feeling it's pointing to that one for some reason. So API ingest, yes. Deployment protection key. This is, by the way, if you don't want to disable it, you can set that via Vercel. API ingest, yes. Okay. Now let's do a redeployment because it should kick in effect again. So Vercel -- prod. Okay. So we should see YouTube Build here, similar to here. So we should be seeing this YouTube Build here. This is the strange part. This is where it's not making sense. So I think it was pointing to my old app because I had two apps running and it never popped through the way I expected it, which means I have a feeling it was trying to reach the old endpoints, which is why I couldn't find the receipt ID. It could pass it, but it wouldn't have made it there. It's very strange. Okay. Live debugging 101. So what I recommend we do is we go here, let's check out. So let's try double check one more time. So we've got this just enabled. So receipt tracker is definitely enabled. That's definitely correct. Production environments, apps. Yep, there you go. Ah, it did. Yep, success receipt. But that's correct. That's correct now. Okay, so that's actually the one. So make sure that name comes through correctly. Now, if we check runs and we do it against a production run. So if we go to our build, deployments main here. Okay, so I'm logged in. Let's do a. This should trigger a run. Now it's getting 529, which is Claude. Okay, just can't win. Okay, so it's actually Claude. That was the issue there. But that's better than what we were getting before, because we're getting towards it now. So hopefully this can get past this retry attempt. And we can even force a rerun as well, but I want to let it retry on its own. So let's see if it did a retry successfully. No. Again, 529. Very frustrating from Claude as well that happens. Interesting. but we're so close because it's deployed. It's actually deployed correctly. So everything's actually correctly deployed and it's working. It's just Claude is down here at the moment. So this is causing this to be a pain. We could also rerun, to be fair. Just trigger a rerun. So now if we do a successful refresh, now we're actually rerunning it. So just see, cancel this one. This is a beautiful thing about what we can do at this part of things. So you can see, is that going to hit a red? Yep, it says 529. So Claude is down, which is not our fault, to be fair. That's fine. I don't mind that. The main thing is that the app is actually doing what it needs to be doing. So it is running to where it needs to run. And then obviously we can debug it locally, which is the main thing. So I'm thinking, do I wrap up here and we can debug in 0 to full stack curl? I think we might do that. Let me just try it one more time. I'm super locked in right now. So I'm trying to figure out. I just want this final part to just over the line. Let's rerun it again. This is Claude 2. Anyone has any progress with Claude 529 errors, let me know, because it's so frustrating as to why that's even a thing. Because surely many businesses are using. Let's see, is this one having it as well? Yeah, so look, 529s. Just getting a bunch of 529s right now, which is not our fault. That's actually from Claude side. So let's just try locally one more time because I want to see something. Let's do a local. Let's do this. If it is, then it's a weird corner case, but we know that it's still okay then. So where did my server go? Yeah. This is local now. This is the cool part. You see how we run against our local as well? And it's all determined based on what we're deploying to. Yeah, so look, I think it's a Claude issue because Claude is throwing errors as well. Very strange. Yeah. And look, you see sometimes Claude will go through. This is the crazy thing. So this is the element where it's not Ingest's fault. It's not our fault. It's not any of that. It's literally Claude just being a pain. But you guys can see for yourselves, boom, it goes through. I also deployed this yesterday. Perfectly fine, worked. Yeah, so Claude says it's experience high demand. Yep, exactly what I was thinking. So I think we're pretty much gold, to be honest. Let's just see one more time if we can do. Okay, so it got passed on one and then it hit a 429 rate limit. Okay, then we got rate limit. So okay, so in case, you know what, it's fine because I tried to run 2 concurrent commands. This is just demo gods being against me, to be fair. Oh, it did it. It did it. Guys, it did it. Okay. Thank God it did it. It was just Claude down. Look, this is the main proof in the pudding. So here you can see, firstly, incredible the fact that it did it. So Jay also found it as well. If we open up my Slack, you guys can see, look, Claude AI, console and API not available. It's not our fault. It was literally, I was like, I'm sure this is wrong. But you see, one got through, which just shows you it works. That's my main thing I care about, is I just want to show you that it's not ingest, it works. I did this myself. Let me quickly hit a refresh on this. Okay, look, and both went through in the end. But I want to show you, isn't that incredibly powerful, guys? The fact that even when it's not working, the retry mechanisms allowed us to get through it because it was retrialing, polling, and then pow, it got through. I was wondering why it wasn't working, but yeah, okay, there we go. Amazing stuff. We have live deployment. Everything's gold. Okay, I think that's it. We wrap up. I think that's amazing. Okay, so I think I'm going to just do a summary of everything that we did, and then we are good to go. So it was actually the fact that Claude was down. So you need to be aware that those things exist, which is why I could not recommend something like ingest more than ever, because otherwise you'd have to implement your own retry mechanism. It's a pain in the butt. Like you don't want to have to deal with that. You just want to build a product such as this where you can go ahead and do what you need to do. Right? These ones were when we were testing previously, but you guys can see for yourselves. There you go. Amazing stuff, guys. So I'm going to give a quick little rundown the way we know how, and then we're going to sign out. But otherwise, this was a huge build. Wow. And we still have Turn back the music for the success. I know, right? Here we go. So guys, you guys saw it here first. I showed you guys not only how to do a full SaaS app, but it was the first time we did a full-on agentic AI workflow. So we had retries, we had all this amazing stuff, including several agents, how to have supervisor agents, all that amazing stuff, as well as conquering all the known big things of a SaaS app. We have the authentication, massive pain point for many. Clerk makes it extremely simple. We have Schematic to handle all of the payments inside of our app, as well as the quota and how it's used. You've got the invoices, you've got everything inside of it, as well as you've got different types of things, event-based features, as well as Boolean-based, features in how we gate them. We have the ability to do a full agentic workflow with ingest, which was absolutely crazy. And I showed you how to deploy the entire thing. I think that deserves a round of applause for that one, because that was intense, that was heavy. And all I want to say is, thank you for everyone who stuck around, because this is absolutely nuts. We've got still 300 people watching. So if you are watching the replay of this, make sure you smash the like button, hit the subscribe button, and stay tuned. And remember, guys, if you are watching this video and you want to go ahead and run through, or you want to get more of a deep dive into how any of this stuff works, I actually cover all of this firstly inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So head over to papareact.com/course and you'll be able to join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is where literally all of the things that I teach, that I know about, everything goes here first. And I get to talk to you guys inside of live coaching calls and everything as well. So if you want to go ahead and join in, head over to simply papareact.com/course to go ahead and get started. The link is in the description as well. But otherwise, it's your boy Papa React. And as always, guys, it was your pleasure to go ahead and show you today's build. All of the code is in the GitHub repo. Go through the links if you're signing up to Schematics, Clerk, and Ingest, which you damn well should be. And all the code is in the GitHub repo. Or feel free to code along today. Otherwise, it's your boy Sonny, aka Papa React, and I will see you in the next video. Peace. Crazy build.